Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Mythic Showdown Season 1. We're back again with a banger of two wild card round robin matches again, and we're going to be seeing Team Emperor and Eternity facing off against each other. And it's going to be a really exciting match, of course. And of course, I'm going to be your host Ray, joining me, of course, on the. You can clearly see on the screen it's Zero and Ash Cheesy. So hello, Ash Cheesy and Zero. How are you guys doing? And I think Zero, it's your debut tonight.
Yep, it is, and I'm very excited. Casting the wild card rounds because, as the name suggests, right, wild cards, you are expecting a lot of teams which will wow you away aside from the top teams that we have out here. So I'm very excited to cast alongside you and of course STZ here as well.
Of course, you're going to be casting mostly with Ash Cheesy because I'm just the host. I'm going to dip, okay? But yeah, jokes aside, hey Ash, you're again our gamer boy here. You're back again, and it's funny you're actually casting again for Eternity. Like, did you make a deal or something?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, always I get their matches, but that day they lost the match. So I'm kind of sad for that reason. If today they're gonna lose the match, they will be telling to the moderator that don't put the match and with STC's casting. So maybe they're gonna tell that. But it's okay. I mean, let's see how it goes. Because we all know that Emperors are right now having, I mean, good lineup as well as Eternity. Both of them right now wants to win a match. Let's see who's gonna take it on in this match. I mean, if it will be Eternity or Emperors.
Absolutely. And we'll move swiftly to the draft phase and where you guys will take it over. But you guys have obviously watched the previous matches, especially. I want to ask Zero first because STZ was there for Eternity. Zero, like, do you have any predictions between these two teams?
Oh, I've seen Eternity playing in other tournaments, right? And I have quite high expectations from their players because their first impression on me was that they were quite a strong team with a strong EXP laner.
Mm-hmm.
And their rotation was quite on point as well. So I hope they do not disappoint this time. But same with the Emperors, of course, as well. Very excited to see them as it is my first time witnessing them play the match. So, just waiting for that wow factor out there.
Wild factor indeed, and I'm really happy. I'm really happy. Not that you're here. No, no, no. It's because I have Zushin. See, sorry. So, jokes aside, these past few days I had black background. Okay, like this was so annoying. But finally, I have Zushin in my background, so I'm happy to be hosting here. And of course, tonight is your debut on IGC, so I hope you can obviously crack a show here and show, of course, the audience at IGC as well, because you've been casting in other tournaments. So it's a good pleasure to have you here, of course. But anyways, both of these teams, I think they are at at the losing end, as in like since we have started the round robin stages, we've had Ryuga and Untitled. They had pointers, but yesterday Untitled is the one who came out on top, forcing Ryuga to not get a clean sweep. So I'm really looking forward to how these two teams who have right now lost a game from each will face, right? Because Eternity lost against Untitled as well. So I'm really looking forward to how it's gonna go. Like for Zero, you have of course casted for round robin stages, right? Like, what do you think of round robin stages? But I think we'll get the answers soon because the draft has kicked in. And Ashizi, why don't you take it over with Zio? Because the match has started between Emperors and Eternity Sports, a best of three series.
Yep, why not? And right now we're gonna see the first man coming from the Eternity side. Will be they going for the meta bands like Kalea, or maybe can go for the Florin as well. Nowadays we're gonna see a lot of Florin bands coming from the first minute. What do you think, Zivo?
Certainly, Florian, she has been quite dominating in most all of the tournaments that we have seen, especially when she is, left open because her healing ability is just too much, and because of her heal, because of her ult, anti heal does not apply for 2 seconds, so it is quite a strong ability to have for a support. So of course you would want to keep a Florin away away from your enemies, right? But then again, we still have the Kalea, we still have the Lucas out there. So expecting a lot of meta bans, because I think around this patch, right, it is quite a meta heavy patch.
Yep, and the thing is, they going for the Matilda as well as the Kalea ban. As you said about the Kalea thing, they look at that. The Kalea will be taken out as the Matilda. Matilda is also a good support, we can say, but not more good than Florin at this point. Florin is the main character in each and every support things. But right now, there are a lot of heroes open still now. Lucas, you're talking about, but it will be a Sicilian, my goodness. I mean, we don't see a Sicilian in the banning phase a lot nowadays, but people still are obsessed with the vampire and they will be taking out the Sicilian at this point. That's a good thing. Let's see how it goes for the eternity because, I mean, if they're banning the Sicilian, they would have something in their mind. But Lucas will not be open for eternity because Emperors will be taking it out.
Mm-hmm. Denying the late game potential for the side of both the teams by banning out the Sicilian. Can't forget the Matilda as well because of her high mobility. It is quite hard to catch up with her. So of course you have to ban out the Matilda out as well. Hayabusa on the other hand, for the backline, really safe option to ban him out, but quite early I would say, you would probably prioritize some of the roams, some of the EXPs, which is really good as of now, especially the Badang out here. Lucas, on the other hand, a great band coming in, but the question is, are Emperors gonna be giving out the Florin to Eternity Esports? Because that is the last band slot that they have for the first phase of the band, so they have to be quite uh, you know quite thoughtful with what hero that they ban out.
Talking about Florian, I think they have given a
Oh.
lot of things to them right now because
Mhm.
it was only a Kimi, a Lucas, and Kalea. So a lot of meta heroes are open right now. A Fanny is open right now. They can go with the Fanny as well, but it's kind of a bait if you go if you I mean a gamble if you go with the Fanny. At this point, I mean sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Lucas is not there. Also, Badang is open, so maybe they cannot go for that Fanny pick. But Harith, it's something which I have seen from Ted Seven's picks that he do plays that Harith in a good way. Okay,
Mhm.
not Harith, but another Leonin will be there. It will be a joy for Eternity
Oh,
side.
first pick a joy. Now, okay, we get the Hayabusa ban now because Hayabusa does counter out the joy because of her electrifying beats and his ability to immune those beats away. So definitely quite a strong pick so from the start, like banning getting the jungler right as the first pick. There, Florian is still open and none of the teams do not have the intention of picking her as of now, and it is making me quite frustrated because we all know her ability out there. But oh, we do see a Gatot Kacha and a Moscow getting picked out as well, so prioritizing the side lanes mostly for from the side of Team Emperors out there.
I mean, prioritizing that Moscow is a good thing. You know what? They are literally giving them chance, so they go for that Harith. We are ready
Mhm.
with our Moscow. Look at that. Harith will be there. Dead 7 with the Harith. It's a good thing. It's a good pick. We can say he's comfort as well with that Harith. If you have seen the, I mean, previous match of Eternity, they won the match with a BTK strategy or with a split pushing strategy against Untitled. So it can be useful. That Harith pick can be useful against the Emperor as well, and Badang will also be there. That means uh, the Fanny's option is right now closed for the Emperor side. So let's see how it goes for the Emperor. I mean, last pick for them in the first picking phase. And a lot of heroes are open right now. Maybe they can go with the jungler if they want. I think maybe to go with against a Joy. Apart from the Hayabusa ban, you can go with another. Ooh, a Vexana to turn the Joy or what?
Really interesting, but it is quite the contrary picking up a Vixana because if you have your Eternal Guard by your side, it does give more option for Joy to dash around towards you. So it's kind of a give and take situation. But a mage out there getting prioritized. I mean, Team Emperors, they have the priority straight, keeping the jungler for the last for the surprise element for their site. So it is quite interesting to see as of now. And we do see a Farsa getting banned out. Finally, the Florian gets on the ban list. Now, the Badang out there, he can still be pushed into the roam position while they go for another tanky exp, or maybe a roam. High loss is still open out there, so they still have quite the options for the side of Team Eternity Esports. But Team Emperors, what ban will they be going for? Because the side of Eternity, they are quite the they are quite the mobility based, given that they have the Herit and of course the Joy out for them as well.
They banned those Louis, Forza, Eternity will be selecting the Xavier at this point. I'm damn sure about it. They have a good Xavier player. I saw it in the previous match. They literally outplay with the Xavier. The Forza was not so good with the Eternity side, but Xavier was totally OP. The Phoebus will be taken out. That's a nice choice. That's a nice pick. A nice ban. I mean, Gatot Kacha is a flex. It can go for the roam as well. So Phobius in the EXP will not be a good thing against a Harith. I mean, for the Eternity, because Phobius is a natural counter of Harith. Therefore, they taking it out is a good comfort right now, giving to that Harith pick. That's a nice one. At least if you have having the Harith in your team, take a Phobius in your team or ban it, because it will hinder you a lot in the late game as well. Whenever a team fight will be on, Harith will be joining it. Phobius will be hindering it always. So therefore, taking this Phobius out is a great choice from them. Let's see what the pick phase coming on for Team Emperors will be right now. It will be a CC against a Badang. What do you think? A CC against a Badang?
Oh, very interesting, because Badang, he counters out the CC, so it is quite the ego pick coming in from the side of Team Emperors. Like, even if you have the counter out there, we can still counter our counters. So that is a really strong mindset coming in from their side, and still leaving out their junglers for the last slot. It's gonna be the game maker or the game breaker for their side as of now. But Team Eternity, they can still push out the Badang onto the EXP or onto the roam, given that Badang does have quite the advantage against a CC onto the EXP. So they have quite the choice. But what will they be going for? Because most of the major mages has been banned out. So what choices do they have? Oh, they do pick up the Zushin out there and saying with that Chao. So can't say, since Chao and Badang are both the flex picks out there, but still a CC heavy and a mobility heavy draft coming in from the side of Team Eternity Esports.
I mean, Zeus, Cho as a Rome against a Gatotkacha, against a Moscow, and a Vexana is also there. The stun will be coming on and on again and again. So I'm not sure about it, but how it goes, Jushin is also there. The Jushin pick depicts a lot of things right now, and it depicts the right thing right now for Eternity. They were waiting for this thing. It's a blunder from Emperor's side. I mean, you can't go with a utility when a Chushin is in front of you. Fedrin pick is not at all a good pick right now in this situation. I mean, Jushin was already been picked up, and you're again going with the Fedrin. You could have gone with some other heroes. She can easily counter the utility at this point. You could have gone with some mobility like Suyu, but it's okay. I mean, maybe they are, as you said, counter the counters. So that's the strategy Team Emperors right now having. But Zivo, before the match going to start, I want to ask you 2-0, 2-1, or 1-2, or 0-2. What will happening?
Oh, it's always exciting to see a 2-1, and I'm hoping for a 2-1 because we should never limit the fun to a very short extent. So definitely hoping a 2-1, 2-1 or 1-2, We never know because both the teams does look pretty good in my opinion. And Ash, if we just look at the draft, I think both the teams are just playing with each other because it is a best of three, so they have one chance to test out the your opponent's potential. So I guess they are, yeah, keeping that mindset out.
Both team have lost one match, so it's their redemption match. They need to win one match right now for get some score into the points table. And doesn't want to win the match? Because when you're winning this, when you're getting into the top 8 teams, you will be getting a slot in the Mythic leaderboard, as well as if you're the top 2 teams, I mean the finalist of the Mythic Showdown, then you will have a chance to compete in the regional tournament against some globally best teams. So let's see who will be those teams to be taking down the crown into their hand. But it's just a wildcard test. Let's see who will be in the top 16 stage right now. But with this, the kickoff start is already on for the side of Eternity as well as Emperor. Charging on for the first kill. Electrifying Beast is on over there in the EXP lane, giving a lot of damage to that Fredrin. Jushin right now giving a hindrance, but it will be Vexana taking out a Cho. An instant redemption coming from the Jushin right now. 1-for-1 trade going on. Gatot Kacha being there, but will not be enough for take down Nico's Queen.
Oh, a Fredrin in the early phases of the game, right? He needs to be played out really safe because you're not that tanky as of now. And Zushin, she's quite strong in the early, so of course you're gonna be getting displaced out with the lantern. So you have to be careful, no matter how tanky you get. So positioning is the key right now, and Fredrin is kind of struggling to have the ground for himself. But as of now, we do see the turtle getting out, and Ray trying to go for zone. But oh well, we do see both the teams trying to compete for the turtle, and there we go.
Easy turtle. Oh my goodness. Look at that way of dragon connecting onto that. Fedrin will be faded out. It will be Joy. And right now, again, the Eternal Guardian popping over there. CC with the curtain calls. Taking down their Cho. 1-for-1 trade again. But the trade being won by the side of Eternity because of the turtle being into their hand.
Yep, certainly. Turtle onto the side of Eternity. All four of the members out there for their side. So it was quite difficult for Emperor to get around even near the turtle. Even if, Ray on that Gatot was doing quite a phenomenal job, there was no follow-up. So, of course, they had to sacrifice the first turtle for their side. But, Ted7 looking a little bit in a pickle. But Chow is there to help him give the backup.
I mean, look at this, the way he went back and look at the Zemen Force. And right now, Chrono Dash is coming on. Oh, we'll be missing out that Moscow, but Cho is still there. The flicker is not into the hand. Otherwise, Moscow would have been into the heaven side for real. But right now, look at that. They got caught again. That Fedrin right now going on to the Vexana will be. Oh my goodness, the flicker for the save. That's a nice thing. I mean, they are literally getting out from the zone at this point. That's a nice save.
Yep, certainly. And if we do see, the pressure is onto the goal lane more because, oh my goodness, that Moskov won't be surviving that onslaught. Oh, Ray out there, Zushin? Okay, he does survive. So, back to my point, Moskov, he is quite the late game monster. So, the focus onto the top lane is definitely there from the side of Team Eternity and doing a really great job as of now. And, Badang is holding out quite well against the CC, it does seem like. But, oh well, maybe another fight around the top lane because the turtle is about to spawn up as well.
Zero, Cho is sticking behind Harith. Do you think team should focus on the EXP lane right now?
Oh, definitely, because the top lane is already out, so their focus should definitely go on to the EXP as of now. Because Harriet, he can just rotate out quite freely since his first tier turret is down. Oh, once again,
again into the hand. AOG for the save, but right now the Slaver of HP, Way of Dragon will be connecting over the Patron at this point. A Princess Wraith will be there, but the Patron don't want to use it. He will be out from the situation, but before that, we're gonna see a kill onto the CC because he will not be able to go away from the situation. 5-3 is the score, having a little bit of goal lead for the side of Eternity right now.
Yep. The Joy first pick is proving out really well for their side because she can just dash around and there is right now no one to stop her from having her dashes around, right? Even if Fredrine and Gatot does have their taunt, they are not just able to land a hit onto Joy at all. And the objective securing a gameplay coming in from the side of Eternity is doing a really great job. But oh my goodness, flicker by Chow.
Inside of it.
Ooh.
No, that's not a good thing. That was overextend. That was real overextend. But if Chow will be surviving at this point, then no, he will not be surviving. Killing spree for the Vexana, but they got a kill. Only one will be taken out. That's a nice one. I mean, I was talking about the EXP lane. They gave the rotation team Emperor, but couldn't survive. That's a bad thing for them. And right now, Travis are getting down from the hand, and that's a bad thing. SOD will not connect to anyone at this point, and the Travis will not be taken down as well. Stun coming from the Vexana at this point. The Totkacha and the Co will be dismantling themselves.
Yeah, a lot of poking games coming in with all the dashes, but oh my goodness, Ted 7? Oh.
Okay. Shut down. Eternal Guardian popped off. CC managing to take down the Tet 7 at this point. And look at that. The Cho is also there. It will not be much for them to take down the enemies. That's a good thing.
Yep, certainly a good thing for the side of Team Eternity Esports and Emperors. They need to hold it out at least around from the mid part of the game, because they are quite weak in the early, given that they have a utility jungle, and Moskov is also a late game based hero, so they have to hold it out. They have to farm up, just wait for a right opportunity to strike back. But right now, ASAP K Lee is just on rampage in the jungle, just dominating all of the jungle creeps, even the neutral objectives. 3 out of 3 turtles secured up by the side of Team Eternity Esports, but oh, Neko Scream is looking quite low for their side.
Look at that AOG right now coming into the action. Killing spree for the CC. Managed to take down that Jushin, but with the electrifying waves, Nubi stun over there. And look at that, the damage coming from the Batang at this point. Sliver of HP. Oh my goodness, Eternal Guardian again popping up. Moscow is right now getting online. That's a bad thing for Eternity.
Yep, a bad thing for Eternity. Emperors, they are trying to get the upper hand as of now, but Ted 7 out there, gets caught up by Ray.
Yep, Diamond Force being on right now. Okay, Flavor of HP, Ted 7 wants to get back into the safer zone. Oh, look at that. Double kill for the CZ. And the instant redemption will be come on from the side of Badang. Joy right now going with the rhythm of Joy. Will again be stunned. That's a nice pick. I mean, the Vexana against a Joy. We need to mark this down.
Yeah, certainly. Vixana and her deadly grasp is definitely grasping the Joy, preventing her from dashing onto their side. So definitely a great pick. But we do see a Holy Crystal on the Joy, so the beads are gonna be hurting quite a lot. While Moskov out there, he does need to complete the Holy Trinity for him to, start hurting a lot. But as of now, we do see the anti-heals getting taken up for the Zushin, the Herit out there as well. So it is gonna be a little bit hard for them, but still, the Lord is about to spawn up onto the top lane. Chow might be going for an engage out there. Oh.
Way of Dragon, and look at that Eternal Guardian popping over there. Chow will be taken down by the Apprentice's Wraith, and Harith will be entering into the scene, taking down 2 man over there. Jushin will be helping to second kill. But right now, look at that. They're going on with the Fredrin minions inside the towers. Lord being on. 2 man down. I think it's a pre-Lord for right now for the side of Team Eternity.
Yep, certainly looking like a free Lord for the side of Eternity, as you say, because the engage before the Lord did not prove well for the side of Team Emperors, and they ended up losing 2 of their core members, their tank and their marksmen, which are supposed to be sustaining and dealing the damage respectively. But we do not see that because they are quite lacking on the economy. If we do see right now, it is a 6k gold difference for both the sides. Eternity dominating the gold out as well. So a lot of pressure for the side of Team Emperors out there, just fumbling around, fidgeting as to what they can do, because the pressure is just too much. But still, you do have one more chance of coming back onto the next game. But let's not be too quick to judge, right? So of course, inhibitor out there reached out by our Madara, but oh well, it does remain unscratched as of now.
Placings was there, so that was a great thing. Therefore, they got defended easily. But it's kind of team one more fight, and if team Empress wants to get back into the zone, get back into this match, they need to take down those backliners as well as the Joy. They're dealing a lot of damage to them. Even though if you're talking about the Cho, he's marking down the Jushin or the Moscow every time into a team fight so that he can manage at least one backliner in the team fight, and then they're dismantling from the team fight because of no damage dealers. That is what's happening. So Zevo, what I said from the beginning, the Fedrin pick, do you have the doubt on it as well?
Yeah, definitely doubting the Fredrin pick as of now because the Fredrin that we are seeing is not up to its full potential, and despite yes he is a tank, but you do not have the items that is required to sustain. And given that there is a Zushin out there, you have to be more careful since you do not have the immune ability being the utility jungle, so you have to kind of stay around in the back line. And I think an assassin would be so much better here because you do need someone to burst out the Zushin. And apparently there is absolutely no one to do that. So, the draft gap is certainly there. As I've said before, as I mentioned, the jungler is usually the game maker or the game breaker. So right now it is kind of looking game breaker for Team Emperor. But oh boy, are we gonna be seeing an overextension from our Chow right there? We do see him around, but Papa Kong is in the bush up as well. ABO engages there definitely, but okay, decides to fall back for now.
10 seconds for the Lord, and we're gonna see another fight at the Madaras because it's kind of looking like that because both of the teams have same score, and if you're gonna see the goal lead, it's kind of not much, 8k only. Okay, it's much, but I don't think they're gonna contest for this Lord. Easy Lord again for the side of Eternity. We'll be going with the 12 minutes Lord right now, 13 minutes Lord right now against that base, against that Hokage's house. So what do you think? Will they be there to save it up? Will the Naruto will be there, or it will be a almighty push?
Oh, oh, almighty push. Yes, might be, because it is not looking great. Emperors, they do not have their Naruto on their side, and actually no one from Konoha village out there. So the village is looking quite open to Madara right now, and of course, marching on towards their side, they do not have their holy shield. So it is going to be quite tedious for Emperors to defend the base this time with all of the Chow trying to go for a poke, but Key and Al, oh my goodness.
Shut down for the CC. Vengeance being popped out right now. They are defending the Madara. Madara going inside the base. And with that, oh my goodness, flicker all from the Badang. UG onto no one. What was that? But in the meantime, we can see instant redemption come from the Moscow. Unstoppable for the Joy right now, getting 2 kills. A double kill for the Moscow as well. But in the meantime, a double kill for the Harith as well. Dead 7 managed to take down him. And in the meantime, Lane will be come onto that Cho. And in the oh my goodness, that's a Jushin power. Fredrin will be taken out as well. Only Vexana to defend the base. Let's see what happens. I don't think they will be going for the base at this point. They are retreating back. They will be waiting for one more lot.
Yeah, maybe. Or Kaylee out there. Oh my goodness, with her beats. Oh, guts out the frozen. Oh, Winter Crown out by our Vixana as well. 2 Winter Crown gameplay coming in from the side, but the base is wide open for them to take it out. The almighty push coming in from the side of Team Eternity Esports, taking the first game in their hands.
Congratulations, Team Eternity, for winning the first set. What was a game? Ray, are you there? Did you saw that Winter Crown?
Yeah, yeah. I was able to witness everything. I was actually at the edge of my seat from the moment. Like I think you guys noticed around 5 6 minutes when Harrod was getting chased by all of them. I think he survived at 1 HP, right? Yeah, that.
Yeah.
And I think Chow really did a great defense. Like I feel like the side of Eternity were way more well coordinated than the other side. I would definitely say. And of course, the ending, like they were like really stretching for the last push, didn't they? It was a really close one. I really thought that Vexana might be able to defend, but yeah, at the end it felt like it was a really close one. If they could be able to defend though, would it change? I feel like nah, Eternity would have still won anyways. But I think of course we have to take a short break before we head on to game number two, right, Ash Daisy?
Yep.
Yep, we got to take a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned on Mythic Showdown as we're going to be back with game number two of this match one best of three series of round robin wildcard stages. So, stay tuned.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
Ladies and gentlemen, I just said it's a short break and it's the shortest one ever. And we're right back again on Mythic Showdown Season 1. This is going to be game number 2 of the first match of the evening. And it's going to be, of course, already match point taken for Eternity Sports. And let's see if this is going to be a clean sweep or if it's going to be we might see a reverse sweep just like previous yesterday, but not every team is untitled, right, Ash Daisy? But yeah, as you can see on your screen, I'm your host Ray, and back again is Ash Daisy and Zio on the casting desk. But of course, before we move, I mean, we're gonna move into the draft stage, and our casters will take it over. I would love to mention that the two finalist teams of Mythic Showdown will be representing India in the upcoming regional tournament where they will face off against the top teams from other countries. So right now the wildcard teams, I hope they're a little bit more motivated because if you want to at least face the Mythic teams, you first have to get out of the wildcard stages and only then you get the slot in the top two, isn't it? So yeah, the regional team updates will be given by, of course, MOBA 5v5 esports. So do follow them on Instagram. But anyways, let's focus on right now what's on hand, and that's Emperors versus Eternity Esports. And the draft has begun for game number 2. Eternity 1 match point. Ashes and Zio, take it over.
I mean, not only that, Ray. If you are able to get into the top 8 position, you can also be in the Mythic leaderboard, directly into the Mythic leaderboard. So try it, guys. I mean, the wildcard team should try this, should try their efforts, should try their hard work to get in the Mythic leaderboard, and will have some perks from the MOBA 5v5 esports Vista, obviously. But right now is the match number 2 in this BO3 series between Emperor versus Eternity Esports. As we know that the Kalaya and Sicilian was not there in the first match as well. They're still going into the banning section. Zevo, what do you think? Again, we're gonna see some respect bans. Harith, Test 7 Harith is deadly.
Yep, certainly. Similar bands coming in from both the teams. Like the first match that we saw. But right now, if we talk about the Joy from the last match, she was quite the menace out there, and there was actually no one to stop that Joy. So I guess you could keep her as a respect band, especially for Emperor, since it is their game point as well. We might just see a 2-0 clean sweep if they are not careful with their draft as of now. But we do see the Kimi on the ban list once again. If she is in the good hands, then of course she just dominates the whole match. So Eternity, they do know the potential of that Kimi. But oh, there we go, the Zushin coming in. Compared to last match, they definitely have the Zushin on the ban this time because of their respect from the last match. And same with the Lucas as well. So you would not want to give out that Lucas, but oh, similar draft coming in because Kaza secured up by Emperors here once again.
Harith, Phobius. I will hope for this 2 picks from Eternity. Joy, I don't think, because Hayabusa is still open. They didn't ban the Hayabusa. So it may be a risky pick if the Joy comes up, and if Team Emperors will be going for a Hayabusa, then okay. Uno reverse. Uno reverse. Sorry. It's a Uno reverse. I mean, they don't gonna give the Joy, so they just pick the Hayabusa. Let take the Joy. You wants to counter our counter? Then go for it. They are right now giving the challenge. And the Badang will be same again with the Eternity Esports. Are we gonna see the Chao Rome again? I mean, Chao Rome did work great because they literally managed to take down the from the early game, and that's the main reason Moscow didn't got the early snowball. Late game was bad for him. He was slowly getting online, but the team was not able to make him comfort in that way.
Oh, yep, certainly. But this time it is gonna be Hayabusa, ASAP Keeley on Hayabusa this time. So he is showing, the diversity of his hero pool out there. First, it was the Joy with her electrifying beats. Next, it is the Hayabusa this time with the Shadow Shurikens. And we are gonna be seeing a Kakashi out there, hopefully. But right now, Suyo getting picked out by Team Emperors, having the right choice because as an early game, Suyu is quite strong in the early game with his farm ability as well. Quite the farming speed that he got. So, of course, quite a good pick. But Ray picking up the Phobias this time on their side. Not the CC, but a Phobia. So, 2 sustain heroes coming in for the front line and an engage. So it is quite strong. It is looking quite strong for Emperors with 3 of bulky, chunky, well-built, muscular men from our MLBB
Okay.
Mobile Legends
Okay.
out there. But okay, my bad. But same with the Moskov pick coming in from Eternity this time, denying the Moskov from Team Emperors again.
That was Zevo's other side, guys.
Oh.
Okay. So you got the ideas, guys. If you're gonna hit the gym, Zevo is all there for you. Okay.
um,
But you just saying that. I mean, the Phobias pick closed the gates for Harith. You can say that Ted 7 Harith will not be there. They literally banned that position for him. But right now, Eve into the banning section. It's a great choice. Chip as well. Okay. Chip. I'm not sure about it. Chip is not a good ban. Yeah.
mhm.
I mean, why they will go for a Chip pick with a Hayabusa in the jungle? I'm not sure Emperors have done the homework properly. Right now, last ban coming from the Eternity side will maybe a Hadith, I think so, because they got the Phobias. If the Hadith will be in the team, it will be deadly for the side of Emperors. I mean, they will be menace in the late game as well. So maybe Eternity can go for that Hadith ban, or maybe we're gonna see another mage coming into the banning section. Sicilian, sorry, Sicilian is already banned. A Xavier or a Forza maybe, because Forza is also great being there and can just if they can go with the Forza Granger combo. Suyu is also there, 2 tanky frontliners, muscular as Zevo said, so it will be easy for them to take on the game.
Oh yeah, certainly. But yeah, they're denying the Luoyi once again. you know, her diversions are just too much to deal with, and two of the teleportation heroes banned out, so both the teams are kind of cooking up something, but it does leave out the Farsa open. The question is, will Emperors ban her out because they already have the Gatot Kacha, which is quite the counter for Farsa when she is giving her feathered airstrike. He can just go with his AOG, but oh, they deny a high loss from Eternity. Quite a great ban, I would say. But oh, am I seeing this right? A Florian is left open once again, not onto the ban, but both the teams. Are they gonna be picking up? Please, I hope one side does pick her up because her potential is just too much. But this time, Farsa onto the side of Team Eternity Esports, so a lot of zoning is gonna be coming from their side.
They're thinking about the first up pick, therefore they went for the Louis ban. I was thinking about something in the Rome, but it's okay. I mean, they are going for the last pick with the Rome. Maybe a Florian will come, but because they know that already the Rome has been selected down by the Emperors. They're not gonna pick a Rome at this point. They have a lot of chances, even though the Hylos and Chip is banned. Matilda is taken out. Kalea is not there. They still have a lot of Rome into their hand, which can manage to take out Suyu as well as Phobius. But the main thing, Hylos ban, as you said, it's a perfect ban. Suyu is there. Mobility can be countered by the Hylos. Therefore, the main reason they just took out that Hylos at this point. But look at that. Faramis. That's a nice pick. Faramis will be there with the Granger I was talking about. So, what if, I mean, if they would have lost this Farsa pick, it was 100% chance the Emperor was about to click it on.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the Faramis, it does look a little out of place, but still. Oh, there we go. A Basha coming in this time. Another utility. Wait, is that a Basha Rome? A Basha Rome coming in, or is that a Badang Rome? Because oh, quite interesting of a drop coming in from Eternity this time. But the Faramis does give out the second life, so you do have one more HP bar, so quite good. But Granger against a Mascot, it might be quite bad if they do not have a if Granger does not have the backup. But what are we thinking, Ash? Is that a Basha Rome?
I think it's a Basha Rome. Badang will be going against this Phobius. It will be a great thing if Badang will go for the EXP, and Basha will be there to counter the Faramis. We all know that Basha has the ability to counter the support to the healing ability of other opponents' heroes. There may be the reason they went for the Basha, but we don't see a Basha lot into the roaming section. We do see him as an utility jungler, but into the roaming section, they maybe will be going with the same plan. Just go and take out those MM from the beginning, and it will literally take on the game into their hand. But right now, heading into the game number 2 in the BO3 series between Eternity versus Team Emperors at the wildcard stage, Kakashi Hatake with the jungle clearing ability going on with Sasuke over there, Disciple versus Sensei. Who gonna win, Zinko? Who gonna make it to the way for the third match, or will it be a clean sweep? All these questions in the mind, you can answer me here with the chat option over there. Comment down your thoughts on it. Do hit the subscribe button and like the stream and share the stream to your friends, because this is Mythic Showdown, one of the greatest tournament of India. So be there, have some fun in the wildcard stage. Let's see who will be those two precious teams to join into the Swiss stage.
Yeah, certainly. Talking about the two teams right now, oh my goodness, Papa Kong is already in danger, but Flicker does save him out. But Yudabasha is just a wheel which is gonna be rolling around the whole map, stunning you out. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. Blood secured up, but Faramis is quite quick to spawn, so we do not have to worry about that. But Eternity definitely looking quite strong in the early as well.
Basha getting the first blood, and this is what the damage of the utility jungler do have from the beginning. Quad Shadow being used right now, will not be using the Kogi Shadow kill because got stunned and will be up first blood. For the side of Emperor as well, they got that Hayabusa before the turtle fight. This is a blunder. But right now, Granger is having some, headache. from that Moscow. Easy turtle going on right now. Basha being there, joining out the situation. I don't think Hayabusa will be coming for it. Retreat battle will not be seen because it will be Suyu securing the turtle easily, going a charge on for that Fursa. But Fursa will be easily going out from the situation.
Mm-hmm. If we talk about a Basha on to the roam position, right? He does have quite a lot of mobility because of his rolling wheel. He is basically a singular wheel rolling around the whole map, so it does make rotation quite easier. But the thing is, he does not have the CC. Oh my goodness, Relo out there just getting railed out by 4 people. But oh my goodness, Ash! Look at that, Neko Scream.
Yep.
Just one more kill on
Flicker.
his practice. Oh,
Overextension, Flicker, and right now the fight is on again. Badang will be taking down double kill for the Phobias, disrupting the back line as well as going for a triple kill at this point. Will it be Suyu or will it be a triple kill onto the Basha? Let's see what will happen. Okay, Basha will be the triple kill for the Phobias. Great start for the Eternity after that extension. We can say overextension from Eternity side. Right now, going on to the goal lane after securing the mid. The Phobius is also onto the line. 5-man onto the Moscow. It will be hell for him. Right now, catching up the Moscow at this point. Phobius going inside the turret. Right now, charge coming from the Suyu. Easy kill with the Death Sonata coming from the Granger. Right now, feather air strike onto the point. Overreaction, but again, getting fried by the Team Eternity, shutting down the Phobius after the triple kill. A double kill will be secured by the Hayabusa. Head-to-head combat. Just come.
Oh, well, SOD connecting. Oh, there we go. Only one might be onto the chopping block, but Neko's Cream definitely flying. Oh my goodness, he is just, evading all the attacks coming in from Eternity Esports. But, oh my goodness, only one securing a kill? Maybe, but, feathered airstrike. Oh my goodness. Quite the record. He was alive for at least 30 seconds in that match. I mean, surrounded by 3 people. That is just, I would be furious I would be furious to my teammates if something like that happened to me, I mean, have being alive for so long and still no backup, that is just unacceptable. But both the teams are going, they're going head on, and around the turtle though.
Turtle dance always started. Hayabusa securing the turtle at this point. Fight breaking up at this moment. Phobius going into the fight. And look at that Evil Queller. AOG connecting over 1 people. Phobius going into the back line, disrupting it. Ooh. Look at the Suyu. 1v1 with the Fursa, but couldn't manage to get back. Get the kill of the Fursa. Fursa managed to take him down for a miss. Right now, going on to the Basha. Basha at a sliver of HP will be rolling out to a safer situation. 1-for-1 trade. Turtle into the hand. Kind of Eternity coming online.
Yep, definitely turtle on to their hands, but right now focus is on to the top lane. They have switched out their sights at least, but to reduce the pressure. But we do see the turrets are all intact, so it is quite good. But the mid lane is in the target of Eternity this time. And if we talk about the Faramis, yes, he does give the second life out, but oh my goodness, single kill for our Kakashi out there. So back to my point, a Faramis is good, but still you are lacking the magic damage that is needed. And Emperors, they are playing well, especially Papa Kong out there. But they are looking a little weak, compared to Eternity, because they do have a lot of zoning capabilities. They have Hayabusa for the dash in as well. So it is looking quite hard for Emperors as of now. But 1 versus 2 situation on the bottom lane.
Yep, and Moscow being there right now, joining the team fight, will be helping his Oesori. Will not be connecting anyone at this point. Granger was there, giving a lot of damage, but managed to defend as well as help his friend Fadamis to get away from the situation. Badang will be getting up that Gato at this point, and a lot of damage coming from the Spear of Misery. Will be bringing the Misery onto that Gatotkacha. Look at that Quad Shadow being connected. Will be missing the Suyu from the hand with the turtle. Will not be missed by Eternity.
Eternity doing a great job at securing and zoning out their opponents before they secure the neutral objectives this time as well. Same as the first match onto their side. So they are looking quite strong compared to Emperors as of now, and that Basha Rome is working out surprisingly well because they have the Badang for the group, and of course, you get the stuns from Basha as well. Can't forget the feathered airstrike from our Farsa. So it does add up really, really well, compared to the standard tanks out there. But, oh, looking
Pasha
quite
in the
low. AOG? Oh my
AOG, and
goodness.
look at that. Farsa is still on with the feather airstrike. Basha right now getting on to that Gatot Kacha. Charge coming from the Suyu. Death Sonata being on from the back line. But the whole team will be dismantled in the backside. We can see Hyperstar with the Ogi shadow kill with the quad shadow being there. Will be going back into the saber zone. No. It is a cooldown. Phobius getting out that Hayabusa at this point. Shut down for the Hayabusa. After all those kills, all those irritation he was giving to the side of Team Emperor, they managed to pitch him out from the situation, from the map as well.
Yep, a clapback coming in from Emperors right now. They're doing pretty well compared to the first match that we saw. They are holding up pretty well, but is it enough for them to take the match away? Not quite there yet because the map is painted red by Team Eternity Esports, and there is almost no sign of a blue domination. But right now, the positioning of Eternity, they are just waiting for a right time for someone to pass by so that they can burst them down out as well. But Emperors, they are playing it quite safe, checking each and every bush that they can find, and Eternity are just grouping around with the Madara spawning onto the bottom lane. Definitely the attention will be shifting on towards the Lord for the side of Eternity Esports at least.
They have the river control right now. Evil Queller being used, but I don't think the Suyu will be going to contest for this lot. It's a good choice because we'll be there in the base. Defending it down is a good one. Look at that. Again, the SOD will not be connecting onto that Granger. I mean, if it would have been connected on the Granger, it would have been an easy kill because Basha was also there, but it didn't. So the fate was not with Moscow. Obviously, fate is not here. So how it will be with the Moscow?
Oh well, yeah, certainly fate needs to be on Moskov, and his well, I can't say if it's gonna be the skill or the luck, but right now Kakashi trying to go for a taunt, but gets taken out instead. That was a bad move coming in from our Hayabusa there, overextension. So giving Emperors the chance to fight back, that is not something that you should be doing right now. Just go for the whole match point 2-0 sweep, but I guess they do not want that.
I mean, he thought that he can come out from with the help of God Shadow, but what just happened was CC from the Gatot Kacha. The stun coming from the Gatot Kacha was the main reason Hayabusa got stuck over there. Even the Suyu was using the first enhance. So it was kind of a thing that he was not ready for it. So he got caught off guard. But right now, the Lord was not a pretty good thing happened for Eternity, but because they didn't got any kills at this point. But right now, Feather Airstrike, Gatot Kacha again getting out from the zone. Killing spree for the first. Right now, Spear of Misery over there. A flicker will be popped up for the Phobius, but he will be taken down again. Badang will be the main at this point. Two tanky frontliners will be taken out. Hayabusa coming from the backline. Let's see how he gonna do it. Okay, Quad Shadow being used. Will not be engaging at this point. He knows that again, if he got stunned, he will be getting out. But now they got the second tier in the bot lane. And look at that, Blazing being up. Spear of Misery connecting over there, giving a lot of damage to that Fire Mist. How will we come up? But the Pay the Ray Strike. They got the tier 2 in the mid as well. Blazing's being up right now.
They just they just used Faramis' and his second life, so they're not gonna be having the Nether Realm for another for 40 seconds. So if Eternity caught up on that, then they can definitely go for an engage right now, because I don't know, being in the base and popping out your ult, it's not something that you should be doing. But still, I guess in a moment of utter pressure, you just end up committing grave mistakes, and you should definitely avoid those mistakes. But right now, Lord once again onto the top lane in 10 seconds with us right now, and Eternity just all over the map, asserting dominance on to Emperor, proving that the Emperors are not worthy to reign as of now. But still, Papa Kong maybe trying to go in, Ray as well. So the positioning is definitely there, but the question is, will they be successful? A lot of taunts around the Lord dances coming in, but oh,
Obviously, it's
Moskov.
their left side Lord, so they have the advantage right now into their hands. So let's see if they can take it on or not. But the main thing is split pushing is coming on. They are putting the lane pressure. Basha being there, Granger has to dismantle himself at this point. Ray being there, joining out the situation perfectly. Hayabusa is also trying to take the Lord. It will be all the things onto the Suyu. How are you gonna catch up? But look at that feather strike right now coming up. AOG for the save will not be used at this point. Fight being breaking up, and it will be Suyu right now getting out from the situation. It will be a Ogi shadow kill damage, and look at that mega kill will be secured by the first round of the Gratot Kacha. A true damage right now coming on from the side of team Eternity, and they literally took out the Madara into their side again. Is this the almighty push stage, Zivo?
Oh, I was about to mention the almighty push, but right now, it is Sasuke who's getting the almighty push from Kakashi, not Naruto this time. And it is definitely proving that the teacher is definitely the superior one out here as of now. But well, oh well, a lot of damage is dishing out from our Hayabusa out there. Top lane inhibitor gone, mid lane inhibitor gone as well. So oh, Lord is approaching as well, so it is quite the make or break situation for the side of Team Emperors if they can pull off something, but it is looking quite hard for them.
Okay, look at that Moscow split pushing at this point. We're targeting the base. Phobis will be taken down at this point. Look at that. Hayabusa going for that Gratot Kacha will be taking him out as well. Base being open. Double kill for the Habadang and Konoha village. The Hokage's house will be destroyed again. It's the second defeat for the Emperors. It's a clean sweep for the Emperors. They will be getting nothing today, and 2 points will be onto the mark for the side of Team Eternity Esports. Congratulations for the first victory of the wildcard stage. Ray, what do you want to say?
Honestly, I feel like, Emperors, if they want to stick around on the wildcard stage, it's going to be really hard for them to bounce back right now because they've already lost 2 of the series. And I also feel like, yeah, this is the wildcard stages, right? Not every team is built equal. And Emperors, I feel like they're a little bit under there. Because why? I feel like the draft itself, both games, the draft was showing, and in this game it showed a little bit more. Faramis is of course a very strong pick, but at the same time, when you pick up the Faramis, you show the opponent that, hey, we're going to play on the defensive side because we are going to wait for you to engage, and that's not a good sign. When you're doing the draft, a lot of the times when you're against a good team, mind games are really important, and they lost it. When they picked up the Faramis, they basically showed, hey, we are afraid we're going to get bursted out, so we're picking it, and it was pretty evident. So many times Faramis' ultimate was just wasted out, and it's one of the most important utilities that they got, and losing it so much, it was pretty clear why they were losing all the team fights. And of course, at the end, Moscow was a little bit too fed, too strong for them to take down, for anybody to be taken down, right? And because of it, Eternity was finally able to get the win. I mean, not every team is on title, right? So it's really nice to see. Anyways, what do you guys have to say? Because Zio, let's talk about, of course, the side of Team Emperors. Like, was the draft only the issue? Because I do feel execution, there were a few ifs and offs here.
Definitely. The draft would have worked if their execution could have made up for the draft out there, right? If we take a look at the first and the second match, both the teams, they did go for off meta heroes, which were quite questionable. And every time we see a team pick up an off meta hero, it is usually their comfort pick. But we did not see that factor from Team Emperors.
Good point.
For first game, it was the I'm sorry, I forgot what it was. It was a Fredrine out there that was quite out of place. given that you had heroes which could burst you down. Second match, it was the Faramis, although yes, as you pointed out, he did have his second life. The ult was just thrown away out here and there. So the potential was definitely not shown off by Team Emperor, and I think that is something that they need to work on as of now.
Absolutely. And STZ, you're not a curse for eternity, so you should better ask for them some money, okay? Like, hey, you guys, you don't blame me. It was just untitled, but yeah, jokes aside, of course, congrats to eternity. They finally got some points, but of course, we have to make space for the other teams, and the next game is going to be starting really soon. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 matches tonight. The match that was postponed on the 20th is today scheduled later on. So if you want to see Blazing Olympus duke it out, of course, stay tuned for that. But of course, the next match, we have to make room for that one first. But before you go, of course, comment down below which team you're supporting, because you get to have the chance to be in the giveaway of 10,000 diamonds. Just cheer for your favorite teams, write down hashtag Mythic Showdown on the chat, and you will be participating in the giveaway of 10,000 diamonds. So why not you do it? And of course, invite your friends as well, because why would you want to win it alone? I mean, you might want to, but still, doing it with your friends is always nice. But anyways, the next matches are going to be starting soon, so stay tuned for that. We have a lot of matches today, so with that, me, Ashes, and Zio will be taking farewell for today. Of course, we have matches tomorrow, and we still have more matches later on. So stay tuned for that, and we'll be right back.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट। ज्यादा कद देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट। ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट। ज्यादा कद देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट। कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट। दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट। ज्यादा कद देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट। ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट। ज्यादा कद देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट। ज्यादा कद देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mythic Showdown wildcard stage. And of course, this is going to be the second game of the night between Team X5 and they will be taking on against Blazing Olympus. And of course, I'm going to introduce you guys to the amazing caster deck that we have set for you. And I'm your host tonight, Shinryu, and I'm joined by the talented casters, Mr. RV and Solski. So, guys, if you're there, just say hello to the chat.
Meow. Hello, guys. RV, bro. It's so, to be honest, I'm just so excited to, cast with RV tonight because it's going to be the English casting with RV. We all know that how RV is, what do you call it? A menace in Hindi casting. He's like the goat of the goats. And now he is going to try and take our jobs in English as well. So, RV, how you are feeling right now?
First of all, thank you so much for those compliments. Yeah, but like I'm really nervous about English casting. I have tried earlier, but I don't have sufficient vocabs for the English casting. So let's try and let's see how I'm gonna do. By the way, can someone put me like which teams are playing in this match? It's the
Yes,
DS
definitely.
versus.
This is going to be Team XV5, XP, and 5 versus Blazing Olympus. So both the teams are going to fight for the spot into the main stage, right, against those top 16 teams. So let's see which two teams will be qualifying here. But again, RV, I think your vocabulary is going to be at least concerned because the experience that you have in casting is just going to overwhelm us with your level of expertise.
All right.
And
Oh,
yes, once
bro.
again, you will be soon moving into the game right here. So again, both the teams, they have been going on against each other a lot of the times. We have seen these teams giving us a lot of good shows. So let's see what do they have under their sleeves. But again, what are your prediction for this game? Which team do you think has a better chance of winning the match?
All right. So, can I say something?
Sure,
Definitely.
sure, man.
Yes. So, you know what? I just talked to one of my friends, and he just, told me that he is in Blazing Olympus, and his name is going to be the Romcom this time because I think many people know him. He's pretty.
Mm-hmm.
I would say he's pretty good EXP, if not the top number one EXP player in India. He's in top five. He just say he's in top three. To be honest, you might be thinking that I'm glazing him, but I think he is ex LCF member, and we all know that how he has played in that White Lotus
Raren is
tournament.
also ex LCF member, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, Rarin is also
Yeah.
Excelsior member. So these Blazing Olympus is basically you can tell that they are, I would say, a combination of different members from different top teams. So yeah, so I did talk to Romcom. I think it's his team this time. Maybe I'm not wrong. If I'm wrong, then it's just this team has been made from. He just joined that team and he just told me about that he's going to play today and was asking me like how this tournament is going to be. So yep, I'm excited for this Blazing Olympics. But however, we have also got XP5. You might be thinking that I'm kind of a bias towards Blazing Olympus, but no, the XP5 is also there. They are also, I'm seeing, if I'm not wrong, Super I am. I know this guy. He's a wonderful player. Along with, if I'm also not wrong, there is, what is his name? Yeah, Soya. Yeah, I've also seen these two players play, and they both are also very good players. So it's going to be one hell of a fight. Like I'm just love to see a toe-to-toe fight. To be honest, I just don't hate when this game ends one-sided. But yeah, let's just see what the games holds for us. So Shinryu, what do you think? And also tell us about your
And
opinion as well.
yeah, man, so far the draft is already rolling and the bans are coming in so quick. The assassins being prioritized as the bans from the side of Blazing Olympus. So they might be going for something, some sort of the backline composed hero, maybe something that can deal a lot of damage. Probably a good Arsenal mage like the Farsa, like the Eve. They have a lot of options for those, but again, the draft has been so much solely focused on the frontliners, right? The flex pick that have been rolling around for a lot of these teams. So, Arvi, what do you think? Would they start with something like a Badang or Garut Kasha instead?
There is possibility because Badang have a really high burst stamina right now. We have seen in lots of tournament Badang has been the first priority for the players. And if we get a proper combination with Badang, like we get a proper tank or as a maze combo of Farsa or Eve, that's going to be really difficult for the opponent to counter that thing. So yes, I agree with Soul that he was saying opponents are going to with players with a really
Hmm.
long range damage heroes. As you said, Farsa can be the option. Eve can be the option as well as Lou is there, and she can be also a really good choice if we talk about the perfect mages in the backlane.
Brandon is also there.
Oh,
Okay,
Brandon
we
got
have.
the
okay,
Kimmy, man.
okay,
Yeah, that's a
okay.
good start, man. Solski.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you got to prioritize the Kimi in this meta. If you're banning the Badang, obviously they will ban the Badang, and they also banned away the 4Vs. Those are the two classic, I would say classic pick for the XP of the side of Blazing Olympus, as well as the Lucas. You don't want to give away that Naruto, and I would
Hmm.
say there is one shot coming from the side of team Blazing Olympus jungler. That's Rarin. He's jungling style is just based on high HP heroes like the Fredrin, the Bakshia, this the Lucas, and a lot of high HP heroes he likes to go in jungling. If you see him playing assassin, I think that's just GG for, I would say, Rarin. It maybe I'm just being too much straightforward, but yep, I think I have seen Rarin plays so many times. But yeah, but to counter that, they give away the Moscow. This I think that might be a too early pick for the marksman for the side of team XP5. But yeah, but loving the fact that
Hmm.
Sakura has been entered into the battlefield because you gotta at least prioritize some things. But to be honest, if they wanna counter this Kimi, I think they could have picked Bakshia themselves because Bakshia is a very good, I would say a good character to counter that Kimi because there's going to be too much damage. But again, they also, Kimi could have been a flex pick here because she could have been going for mid or the gold lane side. But instead, they also gone for the Valentina again. Just quick decision because they want that tsunami slams in their arsenal as well. So they just gave away that their Kimi is going to the gold lane, mid lane will be this Valentina and Rom. No, not this Romcom, but this the Matilda will be the Rom. So I still think this year. Okay, never mind. They picked the mage. So yeah, three picks has been
Hmm.
done by the way, guys. So what do you guys think about three picks? First, let's start with Shinri. What do you think?
You know what? I really like the idea that you put that they could have stolen away the Baxia from Rarin, right? Coupled with the support meta that has been going on real strong. They have the Matilda, right? And both the heroes can really fare well. The Baxia can go in aggressive, and with the guiding wind from Matilda, he can just get out of the team fights, and that's a really strong hero for Rarin as well. So stealing it away could have been a really great choice, but again, showing your mate so early kind of gives away the flexibility that your draft could have provided in the early phase.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe a bit shaky start, I would say, but again, they might have some other alternatives that they can go for. So might RV can tell us about that.
According to me, Blazing Olympus is going for the long range heroes. If we talk about Kimi or Valentina, she got lots of mobility as well. She's very agile. Second thing, Romcom or whatever the player going to play Matilda, they are going to charge in and then come out of the fight. So according to me, most of the time Blazing Olympus will be charging at first and they will be taking out the kills, and they are going to finish this game as soon as possible because the EXP5 got two deadly damage dealers in the late game. First of all, we got Cecilia in the late game. He is going to be really a great problem if they if Blazing Olympus is not able to counter him in the or stop in the early process. Second, marksman at Moscow, we all know that how Moscow can deal explosive damage when he get the chance. So I think Blazing Olympus is going to finish this game around 10 to 12 minutes. That's my roughly idea, and most probably they will be able to do it because they got all the early game damage dealer as well as they are front charging. But same goes for the Valentina as well as Matilda.
That's an interesting take. What about you, Solsky?
I mean, if we see the drafting point of view, as you said, they have showed the mage too early. I mean, if they haven't picked this Valentine, I mean, they just thought that if enemy we are gonna give away the Kalia, why not just pick Valentina? And that Valentina pick actually closed down and chokes down a lot of options that XP5 could have picked there. Just basically, just imagine if you are going some good ultimate jungler. Let's say just you have gone for the, I would say, which jungler has a good, let's just say you have gone for the link, you will give away the tempest of blade to Valentina. I mean, it's not that useful on Valentina, but she can escape with that tempest of blade. That would we have been, let's just say if Valentina has brought flicker with her, and with the tempest of blade that she has copied, she just basically have two skills that she can go away. Yes, I love this.
Oh, Baksha.
She's going to the
Damn.
Bakshia, and you know what? Bakshia is the only hero right now that can, take out the massive amount of burst that this Kimi gives. Kimi with the
Hmm.
recent buff and with her passive, she's just giving a lot of too much damage. But you know what? Still, they have also picked the marksman, so they can't go for the carry. So only perfect pick to counter this Bakshia right now could be an alpha because for the true damage, or they have to go for some. Okay, that's I was about to say
Oh.
Hanzo as well. Hanzo is a very good pick here.
Hmm.
So let's just see how it will hold here. But okay, Hanzo, to be honest, will be very good here in the early parts and even in the late because they don't have enough burst to counter his Hanakage form in this ultimate. Plus, this got out Kasa straight away. Got out Kasa in EXP. That is a very good pick to be honest against this Moscow because you can Moscow basically you can zone out him, and with your passive, I think he's pretty strong against this Moscow. And let's just see how they will counter this. Last two picks. They have left. They are left with, I think, they have the mage. They have the they have the Baksha. Might go for jungle or roam. So they have a possibility of jungle or roam left. If they go for Ling here, might be a good chance. But there is um Matilda there, so it's kind of, I would say, too much. Okay, never mind. Baksha is going to be the jungle, and there will be the Uranus again. That's a high. I would say three frontliners and two backliners for a side of Team XP5, and there is one support, two frontliners for. Okay, never mind. That's two frontliners for the side of Team Blazing Olympus and three damage dealers. So I think Team XP5 is heavily dependent on their Sicilian and their Super IM.
I feel that's a very late game draft for their side. Both the heroes require a lot of
Obviously.
farm and a lot of space, right? And I do agree the front line can give that space to the members, but if they get snowballed hard in the early game with the hero picks like the Matilda and the Hanzo, it might be really difficult for them to get out of that downfall because how can you get the resources and farm when you're trailing behind in terms of gold as well as farm? So,
Hmm.
Arvi, what do you think about that?
Uh, I totally agree with the Solsky because that EXE5 is heavily dependent on their two damage dealers. One is Sicilian and second is Moscow. And if Blazing Olympus start to target these two heroes in the early game, then it's done for the EXE5. So all the time in the early game, around first 7 to 8 minutes, they will be doing just protecting their damage dealers, and that will be problematic because either you can protect your marksman or you can protect your mage, and one of them is going to be uh, die at least 4 or 5 times in starting 6 7 minutes. That's my assumption, and I'm sure about it almost.
Anyway, with the match already rolling, why not Solsky and Arvi take it away?
All right, thank you for joining us, Shin Ryu, and thank you for giving us your opinion on this game. And let's just see what happens in this game, because this is going to be the game number 2 of the evening, guys, and it is going to be between Team XP5 versus Blazing Olympus. Blazing Olympus on the blue, XP5 on the red, and so far so forth. There are so many predictions that we have made in this drafting sense, but to be honest, Hanzo, if he goes to the back line, I would say that's a little problem for the side of Team XP5. However, they have pretty much, I would say, good early game start for this with this Bakshia. If they are able to get a good Tsunami Slam onto the any people, I would suggest just go for this Mathilda as your first target, because she doesn't have the Purify. Purify is there with the Brandon, and okay, only Brandon has, but look at that. That's a slam onto that Brandon. Brandon will give away a little bit of damage able to Sanguine Claws on top lane side. And we can see there a lot of skirmish going on. Mancer is quite too low here, and not quite use anybody didn't use any spells except Brandon. If Brandon has used Purify, he will not have the Purify for the next turtle fight. So 23 seconds for the next turtle. I think they have to prioritize this Bakshia early game, to be honest, Team XP5. But we can see Raran going in for that Hanakage form. Will be going with the stacks with an S1 ability, but that Mensa will survive the day for now. So, Harvey, what do you think about this recent skirmish that has been going on?
As you said that they are continuously trying to target in the top lane. Their first target was Kimi, and almost they got the Kimi, but luckily she was able to escape because she got Matilda. And as you said, she already used her Purify, so she's not gonna join the turtle fight. And I don't think so in the turtle fight
Nice.
they got any upper hand. They got the turtle, and right now they are going to for the kills as well. We got Raren here on Romcom here, but I don't think so Romcom is going to be any benefit for the team. We have to wait for some time, and my predictions are going totally wrong. I was expecting that Blazing Olympus will be charging in the early game. They will be dominating in the early game, but right now tables have totally turned, and they are going under pressure, slowly,
Mhm.
slowly, and that can be really problematic for them. We got
Ooh.
Rare and I think is the first one.
Raren!
The team experiment 5, and yep, our
Raren!
top in got the
Raren!
first blood. Raren is gone, man. And I think that is going to be really devastating for the team of Blazing Olympus. It
Raren!
will a little bit demotivate them, and they have to
Mhm.
literally, come back as soon as possible to keep that motivation up.
Exactly, exactly. And you know what? I'm loving the fact that they started fight with the stun coming from the Mansa, not the ultimate. The Tsunami Slam is still there. And they just changed CC'd the Hanakage form of the Hanzo, didn't let the Hanzo go away. There was Sanguine Claws on point, and they waited to chunk down the HP of the real or the soul body of the Raren, and his real body was also near. So they picked off Raren quickly. And Raren, he might have learned Hanzo, but you know what? In the if Hanzo's Hanakage form just gets melted away, it's just useless to pick Hanzo, to be honest. And they have the Berkshire to counteract that damage coming from that Brandon. And Brandon has gone interestingly gone for the Sky Pierce as the first item. I think you've got to pick Sky Pierce only if you have the potential to get the kills in the early game. So far, I don't think so. She might be able to get the kills if Raren is not able to pull off some kills. The second turtle will be up. I would try to see some itemization right away because the corrosion shot has been bought by that Moscow, and I'm going to see. Is he going for corrosion sight, Raren? I mean, come on, golden stuff wouldn't be a better item, to be honest, because Hanzo has the early damage, guys. When he uses full stack S1 ability, it just give away too much damage. And with the golden staff, you just need 2 hits and your stacks only 5 stacks. And that's how you can give away the damage that can provide a lot of damage. But look at that, there is too much damage to that Uranus. Will be using his ultimate, and there will be the rom-com with the late AOTG. The fight has been started, so Navi's time was also there. Manzer is going in, and there will be the Kusar who will go down for now. Moscow is getting down from the Tanzo. Meanwhile, too low, there is double kill for that. Rar and those junglers having the double kill. Again, there will be the ego. Oh no! Rar with the real body there and will fall down from the hands to the side of XP5. And Rar. Okay, no. Oh, ego is
Nice
too
one.
low. Ego, what are you doing,
Good
man?
job.
You just died away. That was a little overextension, but a good ultimate coming from that Kimi getting the kill of that Sicilian. Wonderfully played by both the teams. But this, I think, neutral objectives wise, Team XP has won. But the team fight they just gave away to the side of Team Blazing Olympus.
I totally agree. They could have easily escaped. They got the turtle. They should have avoided that team fight because they almost they have used all their ultimates to secure the turtle. So whenever you are going for the turtle or the lord and your ults have been used, so the best thing you can do is avoid the team fight and get back when your ults are active. That is the mistake that done by the experiment 5. They have to wait, and I think they can again come back. Right now, if we talk about the points or the kills, almost their time. They got the Katot Kachan. I think they will be able to take him down. He will he gonna escape easily. If I talk about the Moscow, he is continuously focusing on one thing, that is try to push as much as possible. He got the first try within just 5 minutes 47 seconds, and that's really good. Now he can easily or freely move to support his team in the top lane as well as in the around the turtle fight. So that is going to be problematic for the team Blazing Olympus. If we talk about the MMO Theo, then he is really underperformed and he have to do something miracle to support his team in the late game, because early, as we talked in around before the game started, we were talking like BO is going to be early game dominator, but table have turned and that is going to be problematic for them.
Yep, exactly. And I agree with the fact that they got to do something about that. The Moscow and Kimi situation. But we can see the situation that going in the mid lane. There will be the again kill for that. Baxia will take down that Matilda, but they are too low. They will be sanguine close. Double kill for that Baxia again. But this Sky Piercer Kimi is now on a roll because they'll be getting the third kill of her in this
Boom.
team
Double kill,
fight. But
man.
never mind, that will be the
Okay.
fourth kill again. And nobody was there to see that Soya in the back line. And no, there was three tanks. You guys have three tanks, and no one is looking for the back line. Come on, guys. I think you are winning the team fight, but the kills that has been going towards the side of team Blazing Olympus is going towards that Kimmy. She has 40 stacks already of that Sky Piercer, and that will be nightmare for these. I would say for these tanks. They have bought the Purify. They haven't even bought that the Vengeance. But why Purify? Because of the traction pulse that this Kimmy gonna show up. Will be using there. But you know what? They still have the time. I think this time again, if they get this turtle also, that will be third turtle consecutively going through that experiment. Again, the traction pulse on point to the ego. There is okay. Valentina might look for one set from the Tsunami Slam. Raren going for the back lines again, getting okay, just
For
misses
the
out.
turtle, man,
Finally, will
again.
be using the flicker retribution on point from that Drumcom. Quite too low. Will have to force back the AOTG, but no, there is a Tsunami Slam onto that Super IM, and he will be getting down, and that will the no you card coming away from that Valentina that we were talked about. She has the Tsunami Slam, and there will be the again Slam coming from that Mansub. Haven't used the ultimate yet. Again, Hanzo going in with that ultimate, but no, again the monster kill for that Kimi. Again, they have okay double kill for that Kimi. Again, Brandon is on a roll right now. 70 stacks of Sky Piercer to this time again. They will be the Matilda Airlines will be taking care of that triple kill.
Okay.
Has been okay. Now it has been 80 stacks, guys, officially now. Plus the concentrated energy is also there.
So it's like 100% team fight participation from the Kimi, and I don't know what the Moscow was trying to do. His whole team was fighting in the mid lane, and he was trying to push from the top. That was really out of the box. He should have helped in that team fight, or maybe the things would have been different. But right now, completely Kimi is dominating, and if XP want to fight, XP5 want to win, they have to target this Kimi. Kimi is going to again get one more kill. That was a perfect ultimate by Tsunami Slam, but sorry, kill, yeah, but I don't think so that is going to be useful, because now domination is in the hand of the Blazing Olympus and they are going to properly use it. They are going to target, sorry, Raren was trying to target the Manenser, but that will not be right now because his damage is not sufficient. Right now, the main damage in the team of XP5 is
Oh,
Kimi, and that was perfect by the Valentina. She used this, and that's why I call her always the copycat ninja, because that was perfect like the Kakashi. And one more kill coming for the Blazing Olympus, and he got that second kill. Again. I will talk about this most of. He's again trying to push the lane and leaving his team for die all the time. I don't know why he's doing. Can you explain, Solsky, bro? What he's trying to do by just continuously pushing the lanes?
yeah, to explain that, I would like to see some itemization because for the Moscow, I think he is severely lacking on that itemization. Meanwhile, we can see Raren has gone for that DHS. That's a very good choice right now because you have seen there Super IM as well as Banser as well as Ego. They got to melt them right away for that Brandon to create that window of opportunity. Where Brandon, to be honest, he has his hold in this game right now, and that's a good itemization also from the Brandon. The Divine Life, they know that there is so much tanky people from the side of XP5. XP5 right now have to just chillax, to be honest. Just wait, guys, and if you guys wait for okay, never mind, they are not waiting. Super I might be in danger here. They will be getting a S1 from the raw end. So what I was saying that Soya is getting picked off so much in the back line. Look at that. There will be the guiding winds from that Matilda. Will be giving a slight bit of damage, and resources has been used by the side of team XP5. There is no purify for Super IM. Conceal has also been used now. Again, Soya in the back line will be getting that Sicilian. Come on, man. You guys are three tanks. What are you doing? Come on, man. You guys should protect Soya. That's consecutively 5 times Soya has died into the back lines just from the hands of Hanzo and this Kimmy. And they are marching from the mid lane side. There's Mother Oshia coming from the bottom lane as well, marching towards the mid side. These people, these players, and look at the guiding winds coming from the Matilda and top lane side. Very good. Again, that's a good. Okay, there's okay. Never mind. Mansa will survive the day for now, but that was a good engage coming from the side of this Rauren. Never mind. But now they will focusing on that inhibitors. If they, team XP5 just somehow defend this base or defend their inhibitors, they might still have a slight bit of, I would say, map control
Come
left. But
on,
again, come on,
come
man, come.
on.
Never mind. Soya survive. But Cooler but Moscow has got his DHS now, so we might see a possible counter engage. I think we might not. But Soya is having a little bit of trouble here. They don't have enough CC to, I would say, CC this Hanakage form of Hanzo. So that's why he's enjoying going to the backline.
That is the main problem they are facing right now because they don't have someone to protect their main damage units. Right now, they are going for one more kill, and Baksha is almost done. Yep, he is done for the, I think, fifth time, if I'm not wrong. Second time, sorry. Baksha is done for the second time. What I was saying that they don't have sufficient tank or a perfect tank to protect their damage dealer. That is the main problem they are facing right now. They thought that they seal and will be able to. That was the perfect AOG from the Gatot Kacha. We got mega kill from the Hans. One more kill coming from the Kimi legendary, and they are going to win this game. Can I see kills? 11-0-3, bro. That is outstanding, and that's what you can say. Blazing Olympus for Solski. But he was continuously praising this team. He was like, this team is going to show us a one-side dominating game, and that's what we got right now. That was superb and fantastic. And let's talk to our Solski bhai. What do you want to say about your favorite team? Your brother or not? Your friend was playing in the Blazing Olympus, right?
Yeah, I mean, before we say to my friends, I should just ask about this Shinryu. Shinryu, if you are here with us, it's time for you to, just what do you think about this in this game? We will talk about our opinions later. Let's just, hear from you who were watching the game.
Hey, peekaboo, I see you. But yes, we did see that game turn around, right? And he facing Olympus definitely were having that, heavily favored early game, and that's where the snowball from, right? We did talk about it in the drafting stage that late game over reliance from the side of team XP5 was kind of a bad thing that they, went for. And again, team Blazing Olympus were able to assert their dominance and they just cleared that game in a span of real fast. I mean, we blink even before we blink the game was over, right? So again, that was a really good show of synergy, and the I would say overall the execution was so on point. They did not gamble much, they just played the game clean and clear, and that's why they got the reward as a
Hmm.
victory from that team. I mean that game.
Exactly. And also I think team XP5, all right, team XP5, I think they could have actually protected Soya a little bit more. Either I think if it's Soya's mistake or if it's, I would say, his team mistake. I don't know. We might see a rectification coming from the side of team XP5 in the second game. So I don't know. I mean, I would love to see some rectification from the side of team XP5, and I love to see this game goes to game number three.
I
It's
think we
not
all
going for
do,
that.
right? Yes,
I
Arvind.
don't think so. I don't think it's going for the game three. And the first rectification they're gonna do is they will definitely gonna ban Kimi or they will try to pick something better to counter this Kimi. They completely ignore. They charge in the early game if round one or 1.5 minute. If they continued that, if they had targeted Kimi continuously, things would have been different. But they left Kimi do her farming, and in the late game, it was totally, you know, problematic for them. And yes, the second thing, I don't know why they picked that Uranus. I don't think Uranus was required whole of the in any of the situation. He was just as a tank, but without any CC, without any proper protection for teammates. I don't even count him as a tank. If we talk about in classic or ranks, no one play Uranus as a tank.
That's a good take, but again, I feel like you mentioned, right? The damage dealers needs to be safe. That's what the tanks are for, right, Solski? And if you cannot protect your backline, then they cannot scale the way you wanted it and the way you needed them to. But again, I feel they need to go for the rectification. They need to find some way to dismantle the synergy the side of team Blazing Olympus have been going on for themselves, right?
Yep, exactly. And also, I would like to see, as Ari mentioned, the Kimi is going to, or maybe now this time the first pick will be from the side of team XP5, or we can see a Kimi band coming from the Blazing Olympus themselves. Also, I would say Moscow as the first pick from Super IM. I understand that you are a good Moscow player, not Super IM, but some. Now I forgot. I mean, I mispronounced his name. My bad if I'm not mispronouncing your name. But yeah, the Moscow as the first pick, I think they could have delayed their picks as first pick Moscow, because they had already seen that there was a Valentina pick from in just in first picking phase of the draft as a second pick from the side of team Blazing Olympus, and they could have picked some other marksman like an Irithel could have been a much better option in my opinion, or maybe some, I would say Claude might have worked, but some basically high mobile marksman against Kimi, to be honest. Or maybe Harith, man. Harith,
Mm.
you could have gone for Harith if Harith was not banned. I forgot to check. I
It
think we will
wasn't
be
banned for
seeing,
That
sure.
was
yeah,
option. That was
yeah, we will,
available.
Mm.
we will be seeing who will be the MVP in this game soon, and we will be going to the second game as well as soon as possible, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we have been talking about a lot of possibilities, but again, the teams need to make the rectification. Like, RV said, this might just go for a clean sweep if team XP5 does not go for those changes real soon. Otherwise, the snowball was really so hard from the side of team Blazing Olympus, right?
Yeah, and okay, let's. Are we? You want to say something?
I was just thinking about their picks, bro. Like of
Uh,
experiment 5. If I have to choose or I have to go for the picks, I will never ever choose those heroes in front of. Especially, I always try to uh, target Hanzo if Hanzo is in the opponent. You have to go single target damage dealers. You can go for. They could have gone for Saber if that was not banned. Saber is a good option. Saber can easily target Hanzo. Saber can target Kimi as well, but there was nothing like that. In the
mhm.
most of the time, there are tanks like if I talk about Uranus or what was the other tank, Akshia, they were easily get melted down by Kimi, and
Mm-hmm.
they were not able to get proper time to farm up their magic defense build. So that was a thing they could have done in a better way, especially their picks. And I am expecting that they will be able to do proper better picks in this game or better draft in this game and picks do the picks according to the opponents so that they can counter it. Because whenever we take our time and do the picks according to the opponent's heroes so that we can counter them, that's the situation which help us to win the game. I don't know what I was saying else.
I mean,
Okay,
I
okay.
do. We do understand the
Understand,
approach that
understand.
RV is
Yeah,
talking, right? Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah. Obviously, man. Obviously. So I think the draft has been already started. Again, look, they are not opening the four ways again this time. They're also not opening the fanny again, because Phobius, you all know that they don't want to give it to the rom-com for basically just, we call him either the, okay, I'm his friend, so I can call him a one trick Phobius, so yeah. And
uh,
and also he's not one trick, guys. One trick only play one hero, he plays two heroes, but Badang and
mm,
Phobius. So yeah, I'm giving you a little bit, I would say, leniency rom-com this time. If you're hearing this, I'm not sorry. So yeah. So
uh,
there's the Kimi ban right there from the Blazing Olympus, as I already predicted, because they don't want to give up the Kimi, because Kimi as a first pick is a very very, I would say, good asset to your team. So Shinryu, so far so far, how do you like the starting of the banning section from both the teams?
I mean, target banning the heroes is really a good approach, of course, and whatever you had to pick in the last game, which worked for you really in a high favor, should not be given to the other team. The advantage that they can get getting those heroes, and I really like the approach that RV put up. If they're going for a backline heroes like the Hanzo or like a mage that can deal in a lot of damage, they need to get someone who can reach that backline, right? Maybe a saber, maybe a high mobile assassin that can actually go and play well. They are trying to steal away the heroes of Raren, like the Baxia that they did in the last game. Did not work too well because they had a very late game draft. So might be a bit early game this time around. They're also banning out the Matilda. So what other heroes are open for them? So that is the question. The Hayabusa is also off the chart.
Lucas. Luca, no, no, Lucas is banned. Lucas is banned.
Is
I mean,
banned.
why they banned Lucas, man? They could have gone for the first pick, Lucas. And they also banned the Hayabusa. So let's just ask Ari. Ari, what do you think? What will be the first pick here?
I don't know, bro. I'm literally confused because last game their whole picks were just messed up. None of their picks were doing good. Neither their marksman nor maze in support, or we can say XP. Everything was useless in the last game. So they have to, as I said few moments earlier, they have to wait for the opponent, and
Yeah,
the Badang was open. So Badang had been a really good pick, and I don't think so. It is going to be do a lots of changes if the rest of the picks are going to be same as the last game. They have to again think, they have to again consider what heroes they are going to choose against the opponents, because the situation have totally changed right now. Blazing Olympus have upper hand, they have won the last game, they have already the 1 point. They will be motivated, and that motivation can be problem for the experiment fight. So they have to choose their heroes properly. And right, a moment earlier, Shinryu said that they picked Bakshia just to, so that Raren cannot go for the Bakshia. Bro, according to me, you should never pick a
Mhm.
hero which you are not expert with, because it
Yeah.
is definitely going to backfire in your players for your team. So
that's.
that
Hmm.
the situation they faced in the last game, and I think if they try the same thing,
Oh,
they have situation will be same. And we got Harith in the this game as our Solskjaer predictor a few moments earlier.
I feel like the Brendan on that Harith is really so good, right? Solskjaer, because we have been watching him play that hero so comfortability, and I think that is one of his strong suit as well. And
yeah.
the flex potential from the Garud Kacha just adds that extra layer of front line that they need to get that Harith online.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Harith in the late game is just a beast, man. You gotta have at least a CC to counter him, or you are done for. Or you gotta have the same amount of firepower to counter this Harith. Either you have the
Hmm.
assassin. I think Hayabusa can be a very good choice to face
Really
against
not.
Harith, but he is banned. Okay, Moscow. I mean, let's just not judge them too quickly, because Moscow, in MPL or maybe in any other, I would say any other professional league, because we have seen there is a very good high chance that whenever there is a Moscow, you got to pick. Sorry, whenever there is a Harith, you got to pick Moscow as his counterpart, because according to some datas, like Moscow goes well against in laning against Harith, goes toe to toe with Harith. But I think Granger also does that. I think Granger also could have also been a very good option here if they have just delayed a marksman pick, or they might have thought that Moscow or Granger might get banned in the second banning phase. So far, so forth. Suyu is a very good jungler, I would say, a very strong jungling strat. And people were saying that in the chat that we want to see a good
Selena.
Selena in the hands of Peekaboo. So we might see here.
Hey, this time around, let's see, because the like we mentioned, the stats of course work well, but again, it's also upon the matchup, right? Like in the last game, it was against Kimi, so the range was kind of lacking from that Moscow, and he did not have enough farm. And this time, if he gets the farm, things might be different, right? We should not be too quick to judge on that hero. But again, like the early game, which was lacking for the side of Team Blazing Olympus, the Selena does tick that box for sure. So the first phase is already up, and right now we will be going into the second banning phase. So the Kalea as well as the Fredrin already being banned off, and so is the Hyla. So, what other options would they have for that? Maybe Rome or EXP in your RV?
Can you repeat? Doing something else.
Yes. Uh huh. Come again?
I was busy with something else. Sorry, sorry.
No, no, no. It's absolutely fine. I was asking you, like, they are banning off the choices for the EXP or the roaming section, right? So, what other options do they have? Would they just, put that Badang and, the Garut Kacha into the roaming position, or will they just go to the EXP, you think?
I think that might be possibility because they already have Selena, and Selena can play as a roam if they go for one more magic damage layer. But that's I don't think that's going to be seen as well. But apart from that, if you wanna counter Badang, you can go for the. What do you will suggest about Terizla? Can Terizla be a good counter against Badang? I think because they already have so much CC. If we got a perfect combination from Terizla as and Raren, and with that the damage of Brandon, it will be really problematic, really burst damage, and they will be able to easily, wipe out the experiment if that combination comes in.
Oh, but look at that. A very rare choice of hero. We don't get to see it much, right? The Nolan joining the party this game from the side of Team Blazing Olympus. So they are just changing things up and shifting the pace of the game. So Selena along with the Nolan, that's a lot of burst damage from the early on. So this time the draft is so strong from the side of Team Blazing Olympus once again. So how do they counter it out would be the question. They're yet to lock in their roam slash exp, and also a good mage, a control mage perhaps. But they need to be careful, because if they get a hero which is kind of immobile, it might get targeted by the Garud Kacha. So Solski, what do you
Tigreal,
reckon
yeah,
here?
I wanted to say Tigreal will come here, obviously, but from the mage part, nah, man, nah. Novaria, mm, I'm just a little bit, I would say, what do you call it? Skeptical about this. No, I was about to say the chip might also be a very good option here, but
Mhm.
you know what? Novaria, she lacks. She has a damage, but she's single target. If you want to zone out this Harith, you gotta have at least the Farsa in your hand. Farsa is also open. I don't know why they didn't pick Farsa, but people are gonna love to see this Selena in this game.
I mean, the Serena does will and will be a really good choice of mid lane, because the burst potential from the early game can really give so much potential to the team fights, right? And they have a chip to just narrow down the fast rotation around the map. So we like the draft. What we see, isn't it, Harvey?
Definitely, and again that Amon pick is going to be really something else for the team. Blazing Olympus, he will be easily able to go at the backline and target Ego as well as that Moscow, and that will again create problem. And I think Soya is going to play Ego. So again, Soya Bean is going to chopped into chunks, and we will be having a Soya chop soon.
Well, that's a good joke. But again, with the second game already going, it's a match point. So why don't you guys take it away once again for the game to get rolling?
Exactly. Thank you for that wonderful, I would say, wonderful session and wonderful hosting by our lovely Shinju guys. Come on, W for Shinju's in the chat. And by the way, guys, shout out to all the people that who are with us in the chat. Daki or Gaga is also there. Funny Valentine. And Yoon, he's the moderator, obviously. Envy is also there. Aurelia is also there. So hello, Aurelia. And hello to everyone, basically. Now the game has already starting. This time XP5 will be the blue side. BO is something else, but BO is also on the red side this time. So there are a lot of single targets coming from the side of team Blazing Olympus this time. And I would say, early game point of view, both the teams have equal potential. Maybe Team XP, if Suyu has been handled well, he might be able to give a lot of, I would say, assets to his team, and he has a very good jungling player, better than I would say Raren here, and that's a good micro play coming from the side of team, XP5. Yep, and remember this chip is quite, I would say, squishy in early game part. Yeah, look at that. The flicker has been already used. That's a very crucial resources. So Gato will be having. I mean, there's a lot. Okay, never mind. We can see in the mid lane again a slide over extension from Manser, and he will be getting away from that. Okay, Raren has also used his fracture. There was a gang from the Romcom, and Badang was late to the party, so he didn't feel to join in the mid lane. That's a good micro play coming from the side of Team Blazing Olympus right there.
Yep, and now right now they are going to be easily able to take the turtle, because in just within 2 seconds we will be able to get the turtle, and BO is going to get that buff from the turtle. Right now, if we talk about compare about the tanks of Chip or Tigreal have been a OG tank. He have been in the game from around 6 years, 5 6 years. But Chip is totally something different. We can use Chip for the stun, for the teleportation, and again we are going to be a really deadly fight. We got a ball from the button, but that is not going to be helpful. We got a AOG from the Gatot Kacha. That was perfect. Suya got the turtle, but we are going to get a kill. Button used his ultimate, but that is not going to sufficient. We got a fracture from the Amon, double kill for the Amon. They are going for the triple kill. Yup, that was a triple kill for the Blazing Olympus team. Experiment 5 was, they got the turtle, but at cost of 3 players. That was really terrific. They have to again think about the situation they faced in the last game, in the last game around the second turtle, if I'm not wrong, Solski, they did the same thing. They took the turtle, they got the turtle, but they extended the fight and they lost that team fight. Same
Hmm.
thing happened again, and I think that is going to be problematic. That is going to be create a lot of issue if they keep on doing the same thing again and again. And we got again wall from the side of that wall from Badan. I was just got confused over there.
Yep, exactly. But as you mentioned, they are going for the neutral objectives but losing their health a lot. So and Raran has been going for a snowball effect right now, but we can see the goal difference is not a lot. I would like to see some itemization for now. So CC is there. Sova, I mean, is we have to see this how this Novaria is gonna work out. They have gone Novaria. Novaria is also good to face that to give vision. So that will be a very good, I would say, asset for Tegel to give sets. So as point of view for damage, again they are heavily dependent. This time their jungler is also there and their Moscow. They're dependent on those Moscow and this their jungler, the Suyu. And for finishing, I think Novaria will be a very good choice there. And you don't sometimes it's very difficult to anticipate Novaria's damage, to be honest. So they're how that's how you're gonna give them. Okay, never mind. There will be the shortcut. Tiger will be getting a 3-man set implosion, but not enough members
That is
to give the follow up to the Tiger. There will be the shortcut that we were talking about. Romcom is there to just getting the attention of the junglers, and they explain as well. Wonderfully played by the side of Team Blazing Olympus. Now the second turtle will be up in this game. Will be they be able to take it? Yep, there will be no skirmish right there. There is not any good position from both the side, from either from the I would say Rome. Rome was already there. But you can see the bottom lane side. Ego is quite too low. I will fall back for now. Just two buff people going in the face of Ego right there, and they're just trying to get away. Get with this buff. That's a good stun, but misses with the Astral Recall. Will be going for Astral Echo this time, and again misses out widely. And again the buff has been taken by that Selena. Good buff taken by the Selena, and this time I would say Blazing Olympus. We might see a repeat telecast of the last game this time.
Definitely. Last time in the early game, we saw proper competition between the of the teams. But right now, it's like completely one-sided. Blazing Olympus is dominating like really hard, and they will be easily able to finish this game if they continue this momentum and keep on killing their opponents continuously. Right now, if you talk about the marksman situation, Moscow is not able to do anything against Harith. He is continuously waiting for his team to come back and support him, and that is going to be problematic. We got up, one more kill
No
for the
man,
team
no man.
Blazing Olympus. Just few moments ago, Chip have used his that shortcut over Harith, and I was expecting they wanna ambush this marksman, but they targeted tank over
Very good.
marksman. Marksman should feel that he is not, demanding in demand actually by the opponents. And I think when more gangbang is coming from the side of the Blazing Olympus, they can forget the super M if he stay over there. You have
Yep,
to
we
retreat
might
and
see. Yeah, we might say this might be an EA gap, to be honest, because Super IM is not able to come for the gangs that that's this romcom is coming for. We have been seeing romcom engaging every time whenever there is a neutral objective fight, be it the turtle, be it the taking turret, be it anything. Be if there is a team fight, this romcom is already there. But Super IM, he got a match with the speed, or maybe say that he is the set maker for his team, so he gotta be waiting for carefully. But look at that! Oh my God, that was a
oh,
flicker! What a
he's
beautiful
gone,
stun
man.
coming from that
Oh,
Selena! Oh no, no, he's dead. He is
gone.
dead. Wonderfully played by that Peekaboo. He just literally said Peekaboo Moscow, and you are dead right now. And so never mind, we will be getting a next shortcut. Astral Echo combo will be there. My hit Batang with the fish break crack combo. Meanwhile, Brandon is free. Oh, what a beautiful. Oh, never mind. AOG misses. AOTG misses are wildly. Oh no, 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 slightly. And we will see the rom-com giving a beautiful, I would say, not a
Damn
beautiful,
it, the
but
part of the
that will be a zone out AOTG from the side of Romcom right there. The Blazing Olympus, they are playing so synergetically well, and that's what you need, guys. If you have the synergy with your team, you will be giving away a lot of, I would say, a beautiful plays. And I would like to see this Rarin, man. Rarin is making me eat my own words right now. I said Rarin has the ability to play good high HP junglers, but he lacks, the ability to play very, very good assassin. But yep, he proved me wrong, Rarin. My bad, Rarin. You're playing a wonderfully assassin. Previous match, Hanzo was on point. This match, is Nolan is on point. Look at that. He's going again for that ego again. Might go for the fracture combo. No, no, I don't think so. Will he go for? Will he
Yeah,
go or not? I don't. No, no, he will not go for the fracture combo
absolutely.
right there. He has been used a fracture in the bottom lane side. He doesn't have the fracture right now. Will they go for the bottom lane fight? No, they will not. They will go for the mid lane. Meanwhile, we can see a quick rotation coming from that. But Tigreal senses it out. They will be the 5 people in the top lane side. But this time they successfully neutralized Chip right there, and they will fall back for now with the 0 casualty right there.
So, according to the complete domination by the side of Blazing Olympus, what do you think? Who gonna get the first lot? Most probably they will try that. Experiment 5 gonna try their best hard to steal the Lord, and if somehow Moscow Connect is the blade of destruction, if not blade of destruction, spear of destruction, then he might still. But we got again and shortcut. That's finally second kill after 8 minutes and 47 seconds for the team Experiment 5, and I think that can be a really what we say lamp of no. I'm not getting word to say, man. Continue Soul Scheme. Tab tak main, till then I
Yeah,
will
it's
think
fine.
about that
It's fine.
particular word.
All right, sir. I mean, you are doing absolutely well, by the way. If you are if you are thinking that you are doing if you think that you're messing around, but no, you are doing absolutely well. But look at that, there will be the shortcut combination, but the Astral Recall again on point. Second time they neutralize the chip ultimate, but this time they will be getting the stun to that Mancer right there. But Mancer will survive the day for now. But again, this time Peekaboo going in, and they successfully baited out that Padang's ultimate. Wonderful Peekaboo. And I gotta learn to play Selena like that. I don't know how to play Selena like that, man. I'm a match player, but it's just tough to play Selena to be like that. He's just so smooth with his skills, man. Oh man, oh man. That's a wonderfully, I would say, orchestrated Selena gameplay right there. But meanwhile, you can see Brander just teasing around this. This is very important. Look at the positioning from the Raren. There will be Raren will go in with a fracture. He will survive the day for now with the Soul Seaver and will fall back for now. But the 3-man implosion, and there's a Padang with a set fish break crack combo. But will be the late to the party. Suyu this time again will be using the retribution to run away, I guess. Yep, he used the retribution. Ego is quite too low. Romga might go in. Brandon is also there. Brandon will saw that there was someone, and
That was
Ego.
super.
Ego just took out the Brandon from a very good surprise there with a shotgun in the top lane side. And this Moscow Safer will survive the day for now. Oh my god, that was
Totally unexpected.
very good play from the side of this XP5 Ego. He just showed us that why ego is important in the gameplay, because if you don't show ego in the gameplay, your enemy will will underestimate you. But this time wonderfully played by the team XP5 right now. There's a fracture from that Rara, and Super Am goes quite too low. Will go in or not, it's just a matter of time. And they are focusing on the Lord this time. Moscow is ready to melt the Lord, and this time Rara don't have the retribution. That's why they have made the short call to go for that Lord AOTG, but retribution was on point from the XP5 Blazing Olympus. They misses out wild this time. Rara going in for the Mancer. Why he will go for the Mancer, bro? He's tank right there. And this time we can see the tables have turned from the side of team XP5 to the Blazing Olympus. Wonderfully played by the XP5. Senses out the retribution is gone from the raw end, and they force down this Lord. And this time I would like to see some itemization, and then I will throw it to you, RV, because right now this is the approximately 12 minutes mark. Now the Moscow have hit the power spike. Look at the Trinity is there, and Brandon has also gotten his 3 items. So it will be the battle of the gold lanes, to be honest, if you ask me. And this time, maybe this Soya is actually playing well, rather than if we compare him to from the previous game, he's doing really, really well in this game.
I will say he got just one kill and one, what we call assist.
They total have 3 kills, man.
Yeah, that all they have right now. So we can say he got 70% contribution. But right now we can get one more kill from the side of the Experiment 5. We got 80
No!
KOD from the Gotcha and one more dead.
That's a throw.
Complete throw. That's a complete
That's a
throw. Now
throw.
double kill for the Moscow, man. Now it's going to be problematic for the team Blazing Olympus to tackle this Moscow. That was perfect flicker combination from the Badang. He got
Whoa,
the
whoa,
He
whoa.
took his revenge on the time, and I think this match is going to end right now, right here. They will chase Raren, and Raren is going to be, what we say, is
Going to run away.
not going to run. I just wanted to say something else, man. I'm so short on vocabs in English, bro.
No, bro,
Oh,
you made me learn that we can say vocabulary like you can say vocabulary in vocab also. That's a good abbreviation to be, if not abbreviation, but a short form. But yeah, don't worry, bro, brother. I learn Hindi from you. We can, sometimes can talk in English as well. तो क्या हाल चाल आप सबके भाई? तो अभी हम देखेंगे. Sorry, we will look at the itemization, and now again, if we see there is Rome has been bought by this Novaria, and if I'm not wrong, that's dire hit Rome. Is it? Yeah, it's a dire hit Rome. And why did he pick dire hit? I think you need CC for this new dire hit to hit. Do Novaria have CC? I mean, I don't think so. Might be have benefited from that defense roam maybe, but people have tends to go the diet. Look at the Harith. He hasn't gone for the diet. He has gone
and
for
I
the
don't know
favor.
what
But this
skip
time
is
that's a
doing.
good shortcut. That's a good shortcut to the right people. No, he misses out to Soya. Soya will survive the day. No, no, he will not. But meanwhile, Moscow is there in the back line. Moscow is giving the
Oh,
too much damage. Killing spree for the Moscow. Qatar, not Qatar, but it is Quasar will go down.
oh.
Brandon just slightly managed to get Soya this time, but that's a little desperation coming from the side of team Blazing Olympus. The difference was a lot. It was 10-3 in the score line. Now it's 13-9. Only 4 kills short, but this time they got the jungler, so that might be the beneficial. I would say beneficial team fight for the side of team Blazing Olympus. Raren, look at Raren. He's 405 right now. Might go in. Working Manser doesn't. Manser has the purify. Manser has the flicker right now. And look at that. They are not letting Raren come near to the Lord. Well, Manser going for the flicker combination to the Raren. And Raren is like slide back and will be getting the
Oh,
combination.
this,
Lord is
this,
open.
this.
Lord is open. Lord will be slain by the Romcom right there. But the Unstoppable will go to the Raren. Raren will get the double kill right now. But wonderfully played by both the teams. Trying so hard to win in this game. Soya with a good Ashton recall right there. We can see a good
Oh, that
positioning
was
from Raren
practice.
getting the Sawyer right there. Ego is quite too low. Raren with a good positioning again. This time Peekaboo trying to get someone. Raren might go inside. Raren will go for another kill.
Oh,
Moscow will also go for another kill. Chip is online. Chip is with this. Okay, Chip has going for that Moscow or not. Will he or not? Will he or not? Will he or not? No, he will not.
oh,
Kasar just misses out slight with a slight second, and this time what a game this is, man. God
this
forbid
was
if
so
Romco
nice.
didn't did AOTG onto the Lord, there was a possibility of Moscow getting it. Moscow was a slight 1 second late, a 0.1 second late to get the Lord, but that would be a very good, I would say, a very good AOTG from the side of Romcom, but a very good try coming from XP5. XP5 are feeling themselves now. They will the Manser with his, I would say, fleeting time right now. This match, I mean, oh man, this is Paisa Vasool, bhai. This is Paisa Vasool match.
Definitely, man. And this Muscov is like he gonna put so many holes in your body that you will get confused how you're gonna breathe or exhale from your body. और अगर हिंदी में बोले तो सांस कहाँ से ले और पादे कहाँ से तो वैसी सिचुएशन डेफिनेटली क्रिएट हो चुकी है so right now again they are going to charge Romcom is a little bit difficult situation but finally our Raren
Man,
got the hand on the
Raren,
Muscov
man,
and right now
Raren.
it's almost done for the team Blazing sorry Experiment 5 they have to wait again or somehow they have to defend until we get Moscow again in the field. We got again pressure from the Raren. Raren is doing a fantastic job except marksman. If there is Moscow, we have to wait for his team or he have to wait for uh, a difficult position for the Moscow. But that was not happening earlier and right now they will be able to finish the game as soon as possible. They got that TTL. It's not and one more kill for the team. That super aim is done and finally we got 2-0. Just few
Yeah,
minutes
man.
earlier,
Oh my
we were
God,
able to
Raren,
assume that
goated.
they will win. I
Raren is
literally
goated.
wanted, bro. RN has
Yeah,
got it, but that Moscow was, bro. That performance was Chumeshwari. Out of the box, I was never expecting that he will be able to pull the game this far. If there was no Moscow, this game would have ended like almost 3-4 minutes early, if I'm not wrong. Oh, that was super,
yeah.
man. We got Shinryu, bro. But what would you like to say about this outstanding gameplay by Raren as well as Moscow? We cannot ignore him.
Man, this game has been had been keeping us on the edge of our seat. जैसे हिंदी में बोलते हैं नजर हटी दुर्घटना घटी वहां पे एक बार जो नजर
Definitely,
हटी
man.
Moscow was taken down and that's where they just got the victory. Otherwise the Moscow वो अकेला ही गेम खत्म कर देता वहां पे जितना वो जोर से चल रहा था. And of course, man, I mean the angles the side of Team Blazing Olympus had was so high. Like they did not let Team Experiment 5 to get that early game prowess, and every time they were going in, stealing the resources, the buffs with the Selena. And Solski have been keeping on mentioning the shortcuts have been so on point, and Tigreal did a very good job in neutralizing those team fights. Otherwise, like, that match could have just ended and would not have been this entertaining, isn't it?
Definitely.
Man, I would say Raren paved the way for Blazing Olympus to win in this match. I mean, I was first skeptical of Raren picking Assassin, but Raren has improved quite a lot. He made me eat my own words. I mean, like W Raren, man. I mean, if you are listening to this, and I will also tell Romcom about that I was slightly skeptical about your jungling in Assassin, but yep. You proved me wrong. I mean, I wonderfully played, and that's a very good improvement from the Raren, to be honest. But as you said, Moscow, what a menace. I mean, if only I would say slight more discipline was there from the side of team XP5, we could have possibly see game number 5. Sorry, game number 3.
Mm,
Hey,
game number three, yeah. And yeah, I mean, I think that's where the experiment. I mean, the experience actually comes in handy, right? In team ka experience, like the way Romcom, Raren, they have Brendan, they have the experience. That's where they actually just get the difference. And
Mhm.
अरवी भाई आप ही बता दीजिए कि लाइक दैट मॉस्को गेम प्ले अगर वहां पे
Also,
रुकता नहीं वो तो क्या होता
mhm,
गेम का आज भी.
mhm.
तो अगर वो वहां पे नहीं रुकता ना, वो शट डाउन नहीं होता ना, तो डेफिनेटली एक्सपेरिमेंट 5 ये मैच जीत जाता. आप कोई भी टीम फाइट उठा के देख लो, इन एवरी टीम फाइट और इन लास्ट लाइक 3-4 minutes Moscow was completely dominating, whether it's against Hereth, it's against Raren as well, or if they got that Selena. He was completely dominating over each and every hero from the opponent, and that was super and outstanding. I was not expecting, because in the last game he was completely useless for his team, and I was hoping for the almost same game or little bit improvement, but it was totally different from the last game, and it was just we can say, as I said earlier, just a Chumeshwari performance from the side of the
Mhm.
Moscow.
Yep, exactly. And
Mm,
before,
exactly.
before, okay, never mind. Shinru, yes.
Like I was about to tell, this is what we actually pay our internet bills for, right? Matches like this, games like this, where it always has us to the edge of our seats. And we might have just gone for a game 3 had it not been Rarin saving that bot lane turret at the right time.
Yep, exactly. And before, as you mentioned that, yeah, Raren, the last place coming, he took out 2 damage dealer. I mean, Moscow and Mage. What else you want? And Soya, as I mentioned, Soya didn't come very useful in this game. But you know what? They just tried well. XP5, you have my respects. I'm not saying that you played bad and what it happens. If I was in your shoes, I would have also been. I mean, if I was coming with my team, I would have just played bad. I'm just telling you. So yeah, XP5 absolutely played well. And also, guys, I have a little short announcement to make from this tournament. So you know what? We added. I got information that the two finalist teams of this Mythic Showdown of this tournament will be representing India in the upcoming regional tournament. Although, and
Damn.
those teams, and in those region tournaments, they are gonna face teams of other countries. Do how I would say how crazy it is? No, I mean, we love to see Indian teams going face off against to the facing off against the teams of other countries. And also, guys, don't if you guys want updates, don't forget to follow Mobile 55, and you guys go look at the description, follow every social media panel, Discord, Instagram. You will get the updates from there. And also, the top 8 teams of this tournament will secure a spot on Mythic leaderboards, which is also I would say comes with the recognition and more chances down the line. And of course, there is you got to type hashtag Mythic Showdown in the chat to enter the giveaway of the 10,000 diamonds, which we will be having 3 winners every stream, and they will be announced by the end of the tournament. So yep, that's what I
Damn.
wanted to mention this. So
That's
don't
I
forget to
would like
like.
so.
just add a little thing about that announcement of top teams in the Mythic leaderboard. I don't know if the players know or not. If you are in the top 10 teams of the India or in the Mythic leaderboard, you are going to get a cash prize like the last team Vista provided. I shouldn't have used
Damn.
that
Oh,
word.
Oh.
damn, bro,
You can
damn, bro.
ask LCF, you can ask ABM, you can ask
Yeah,
special
yeah,
grades, all of them got the prize.
Hey,
yep,
one crazy news after the other, man. Like, that's so much to take in, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah.
like
That's what she
you
said.
guys I'm not aware about this. I'm confused. Like how you
No, no,
guys
no.
have no idea
Yeah,
about it.
I was just acting surprised.
You know what,
Eh,
Solski, you know what I'm most excited to see in this tournament
Yeah.
what?
is gonna be the development of RV from
I
transitioning
was
from a
about to say
Hindi
the same,
caster
man.
to
I was
English
about to say the
caster.
same. I'm also, you know, yeah.
We
It's
are
fine
rooting
that
for
there are.
him.
It's fine that there are teams playing really, really good in this tournament. But yeah, guys,
Hmm.
there are also, just like Raren transition from being only high HP like a fighter junglers to assassin and now fighter as well, and that's how
Hmm.
we can see our RV going from Hindi as well as English, going taking both the casting to the up to like his best potential, and I'm all for it,
Exactly.
to be honest. But yep, I think this
Yeah,
was it
man.
for, I would say, game number two.
Match.
And remember, guys, there will be the game number three as well, and it is also be going to between DS versus Blazing Olympus, and both two teams are, I would say, a force to reckon with. And this time, you will be seeing that match in just a couple of minutes. I would say 5 to 10 minutes break. Until then,
Hmm.
me. Okay, never mind. Ending like nothing.
Hey, hey, you know what? You guys know where to catch the action live, right? Don't forget to just stay tuned and continue watching the last game because the action just gets better and better with each match is being played. But again, like Solski said, with this we have to bid our farewells, right? And we will be getting back to you guys tomorrow for sure. So don't forget to catch us casting again. And with that, it's gonna be a short break. So stay tuned and don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the stream.
Bye bye.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट देने वाला है, थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट। मिलने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट। वाला है, थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट। देने वाला है, थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट। दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट। देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Mythic Showdown hosted by IGC. Now, this is the third match of the wild cards for today, and joining me on the complete ladies caster desk is Asuya as well as Peachy. Guys, say hello.
Hello, guys. Once again, I'm excited for this ladies segment. I think they should have it every day.
Yeah. I think there should always be a full ladies desk at every tournament, right? Now, I have to ask you, let's start off with Peachy. Peachy, now we have DS versus Blazing Olympics, right? I don't know if you were watching, but Blazing Olympics won a 2-0 just last game, that best of three.
Yep. Yes, they did. They take it over with a clean sweep. They did change up their lineup. Like previous, like just few months ago, I do remember looking at Blazing Olympus at one of the tournaments. But looking at the some veteran names in those group in that team, I'm really happy to see those players back.
True. Now, Asya, this time around, though, they're up against DS. So what do you have to say? Do you think it's going to be a 2-0, or are they going to have some trouble this game?
Well, that depends because I haven't actually seen Blazing Olympus in action, so maybe they do give us some surprises. But I did see that how good DS played yesterday. Specifically, what makes them out is the way they draft. They really counter the draft pretty well, and the engages are pretty disciplined. So, if Blazing Olympus has to do something, show some miracles, or maybe if they want to win this, they need to specifically look forward or maybe be careful for the draft.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you. I really feel like the draft is like almost 80% of the whole game, right? If you win the draft, you're going to have a pretty easy game, but if you're struggling with the draft, it's going to be pretty tough. Now,
Def-
right. So we're going to start the draft pick as soon as the teams are ready. Meanwhile, though, what do you guys think? Do these teams have the capability to go on as the finalists, right? Whoever are the two finalists, they get to participate in the regional tournament. Now, the regional tournament isn't that much decided. We have to wait for updates on Instagram. But do you think these two teams have the capabilities? Pichi?
They do have they do have the power and the perseverance to go up against, because one thing about that, the leaderboard is getting a refresh, right? Like we need some new contender, we need some new teams actually proving themselves that they are the ones who are in the top one spot. So yep, with that I want to see something fresh coming out of this, and I'm excited to see. So to see every single of their actions, do follow the Instagram, guys. Do check up on the Discord as well. It's all available in the description box.
True, true. There's also a 10,000 Dias giveaway in every stream. I mean, three winners in every stream. So, two participate, put down the hashtag Mythic Showdown, and then you have a chance to win those Dias. Now, once again, we're waiting for the draft pick. I think the teams are just getting ready here, right? Peachy, I mean, Blazing Olympics just played a match before, so maybe they're taking some time. So, what do you think the team strategy is right now? Like, all the teams basically, what do you think the strategy is so far?
So far, I feel like the front laners should be the most strongest. You see a lot of cutout Katsa, you see a lot of high
Mm-hmm.
lows, and top of that, with the introduction of a new revamped Kimi, they tend to prioritize it more. I like it, though that hero wasn't popular, but that revamp just made her back right on the top 10 leaderboards of picking, the pick rate of her. So I'm liking it, but at the same time, her slows are really, really annoying.
True. Asia, what do you think?
Well, if you ask me, just a few weeks ago, we had the marksman carrying the game and the junglers being really important in the early game. So, if you ask me, of course, tanks have a really important uh, utility right there to provide the support to defend the marksman and the jungler. So, if you see all the matches, I think that the junglers for the early, especially, are making quite a lot of impact along with the goal laners towards the late game. So it's kind of synergy. The one who gets the early game gets the all farmed up, and then he can just carry the game completely.
That is true. But since Peachy brought up Kimmy, right? What do you guys think? Kimmy mid lane, Kimmy gold lane?
Oh, mid lane.
Asuya?
I think she could work out everywhere because I've been playing rank and people are using her even for the jungle, for the EXP. She can just, be so far away and poke the EXP laner. She works out in the gold, she works out, like, except the roam, of course. Unless they are going in for some tank Kimmy, like our classic tank Lela.
Yeah, that is true. But Asuya, speaking of tank Kimmy, I'm sure in one of my rank matches, I'm gonna get someone who just does not want to support the team and just picks up the tank Kimmy, right? Especially like I usually get a lot of Selena roam, but I'm yet to see a tank Kimmy. But I think I'm jinxed now. I'm gonna get it very soon.
Oh god. Selena being one of my favorite heroes, especially in this season. The buffs she received made her so popular. And if your, team composition is like kind of a bit of tanky, she can really, really be behind those scenes and lock down that one person which you really do not want to take part in the team fight. Just stun the mage or stun the marksman, and you can have that crucial moment to control the entire team fight and emerge victorious.
True, true. Now we have spoken of the mid lane. Now, what about the jungle, right? I think that's what makes the most difference early game. Who gets that few turtles? Who gets those invades right? And what do you guys think? Meta junglers?
Oh, meta jungle. From that, I do see a lot of Bakshas coming up during the day number two. We did have one of the Baksha players, so I think in the coming recent weeks, it's going to just like shoot up. But as of now, it is definitely the Suyo.
Mm-hmm. So you and I think they're trying to counter it. Maybe even the Nolan is coming up, right? The Hayabusa as well. So I don't. I mean, I really feel like the draft has not changed that much, but it's just that they started to pick more heroes in the hyper area, right? Like the Fredrin, the Baksha, like you mentioned, those sort of tanky heroes if they want to just uh, sort of like stop the enemy from invading or just hold them back just a little bit.
Well,
True.
true. also, highly depends on the kind of team composition you're going in for. If there is a mage, maybe like Sicilian, because ever since he got that buff, that the Clock of Destiny and other stuff, he's been so popular, and even after the little love he received, we still see him being picked up, mainly due to the Sanguine class and the late game scaling. Same goes for the Xavier, same goes for the Farsa, the early artillery of the games being really popular right now. But then there is a need for assassins like Hayabusa or maybe Ling, someone who can dive behind, take these people out, take the long range marksmen like Ranger.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Now, Pichi Asia, we have already spoken about how we think the draft and the meta is right now, but we're going to start off with the first game of this best of three. This is DS versus Blazing Olympics. Guys, take it away.
Let's go into the game number one. Both of the teams quite a good contender. This was the postponed match that it was held a day before, and I'm excited to see because I believe both of the sides, the players are well versed how to go around. You would Asia, you were talking about how Blazing Olympus were trying to counter the drafts and all, as well as Jinx was saying the same. So DS are no new in that. So again, they will be also trying to do the same. Let's see if the execution part comes in very well or not.
Definitely, PG. The draft coming in from DS is very highly well thought of, and the picks and counter picks are pretty good. And in the previous day, we did see them picking up that Badang so much. Badang making a lot of difference in all those team fights, locking down the mage and the marksman with those flicker combos. And once you have them down, you just get the accessibility to the rest of the team, the junglers, and of course, we might see DS picking up the Padang once again today, but then the same bands happening over and over though. Lucas, Kimi, Zushin, no one really wants to face off against these.
That's true. One of the heroes that's quite annoying are those mentioned as of now. And once you face them, and if you get the snowball rolling for these heroes, it's truly devastating. You don't want to be there. You don't want to, try to get a counter on them as well. Because if you get a counter, that kind of comes in as a forced pick. But as of now, as we were talking about, the junglers, I feel like the Lucas and the Bakshia are the sole reason that they got banned.
We see one more reason why they would just ban out the Lucas is because if your device isn't that up to date, it's just using that Naruto skin, the skills, they might just lag your entire device.
I know. I know, right? That could be, it could be possible as well. But as of now, back onto the banning phase. Two heroes left, I believe the Suyu or the Katotkacha or the High Loss can make it. You don't want to open the High Loss, you don't want to open the Katotkacha, especially the Katotkacha. I don't know why, but in my rank games, I just make sure that the Katot is already out of the position. But okay, I did miss out one of the heroes. Kalia coming onto the picture.
Well, definitely, she is a sore contender right there with the amount of CC. But obviously, you can always pick up those purifies. Same goes for the Atlas and for the Tigreal. But then again, when there is a purify, you miss the opportunity for the marksman to go in for that flicker, which can actually help you reposition. So yeah, of course, she is annoying with those heals from the passive, and she can even subdue the frontliners, the ones who are diving in, just like the Katotkaza or the Hylos, who are preferably when they're engaging in the front lines, she can just separate them from the entire team, and as a result, they can just be taken out pretty easily. So yeah, pretty good ban, and the last ban being the Hayabusa, because yesterday we did see how well DS performed on that Hayabusa, taking those triples and winning a losing game. So maybe Blazing Olympus do not want to give that assassin away, but right now we see Yamraj on the Matala. Well, of course, no one wants to give away this hero, PT.
Oh, Matilda being open. Now that's a good match coming in. One of the heroes who does have almost 90% win rate right here at the Mythic Showdown. So I wanted to see the Matilda gameplay coming in, and I think I'm quite lucky to be here today while looking at the Matilda. Now again, she opens up a lot of possibilities. She can make those plays. She can make the jungler go in aggressively and just come out safely as well. So I want to see those kind of gameplays coming in. But at the side of Team Blazing Olympus, they are on a red side. They can pick up something to counter these heroes. Florine still on table, a very good hero, not exactly like a counter, but it can give a very good damage dealer. But no, that's not the case. Looks like we are looking at a Harith as well as the Barang getting prioritized now. Very well heroes, both the sides, both the especially from the side of Team Blazing Olympus, who uh taken that Harith. He's definitely dubbed as the king of gold laner as of now, Asiya.
Well, that is new. I'm just listening to it today, PG. So let's just see how Brendan performs on the Harriet because, of course, Harriet is one of the good core laners we have right now. And then again, uh, just looking for the draft for the PS right now, since they picked up that Matilda, they will be going in for more of those tanky picks. And we can already see Phobius being picked up by Jazz. And I think he will be the game changer right here, PG, because look at the amount of dashes Padang has, as well as Harith has right now. And Phobius, right from the early game, he is a hero who can sustain quite a lot and zone away enemies so well. And I think even Blazing Olympus knows. So they have already picked up that Fredrin because that Alpha or Fredrin combo with Matilda is kind of broken.
Okay, interesting picks coming in from both the sides. I wasn't expecting a Fredrin. I really know that Jinx is definitely giggling behind the scenes as of now. So it's definitely like, yeah, let's see, let's go. Interesting though. Every single of us, like our favorite hero, is already on the screen. So this is going to be an interesting match to look out for, guys. Now that the Jazz has picked up a 4vs, now 4vs is going to be annoying. There's quite a lot of dash heroes. He's just going to be there around the mage as well as the marksman. Harith needs to get on a grip. He needs to make sure that he is out of the harm's way. But at the same time, I do feel like this is a vengeance for 4vs.
Well, he might even be on the flicker just to zone away the backliners, if you ask me, PG. And like, okay, one more thing which I really want to think here is that Sicilian is a hero with a long range, and right now, Matilda as well as the Phoebus, both of them are something which more probably a tilt towards a diamond kind of composition. They will be further ahead. So right now, Haitatsu, it is very, very crucial for him to maintain his position so that he's not caught off guard by the Badang. He's not getting those stands from Romcom on that Fredrin. So maybe to complete that draft right here, maybe he needs some of a intermediary right there, something which can just take that fill that gap between the front laners and the back liner, which is the Sicilian.
Oh, that's going to be quite a lot of damage coming in from him. But at the same time, what are they going to pick? Talking about the side of Team Blazing Olympus, they have gone in for the Angela very well. The pick coming in because they have a Fredrin. They cannot go in for a tanky pick. But I'm curious though, there's no high loss ban, there's no Katot Kacha ban, but both the sides are not picking it up. So if they are pushing a Angela to the roam, EXP Barang, maybe the Katot Kacha on the EXP?
Well, he is, of course, the EXP right there, and materialize the roam. And meanwhile, I think Angela might even be the mage right here because
Oh,
Harriet's
highly
damage
possible.
towards the late game might be enough. We have a lot of sustain, considering it will be the Angela and Fredrin, along with that Rarin with those flicker comms. Cecilian has to be really, really careful to avoid being cracked, cut up with those fist cracks right there. Okay, the final two picks from the side of Team DS, picking up the Alpha, just like I said before, the Alpha Matilda or the Fredrin Matilda comp really works out pretty well. And right now, it will be pretty useful with that true damage against Fredrin, who will be pretty tanky. And of course, Irithel, she is a great pick against that Harriet, can continuously reposition herself. And when the Salmon Force is being popped up, she can just retreat pretty easily and diving back once again when everything is used.
What a picks coming in from the side of team DS. They really made sure that they have as much as damage onto the backlines as well as on the front laners who will be the one melting down those tanky heroes, especially the Frederick. I really like both how both of the teams how they were planning about and getting a Aurora. Now, interesting choice of pick here. I do feel like in a way the Irithel can avoid it. The mobility that she has is actually very good that she can actually dodge it if she's very mindful about it. Let's see if are not if they are or not. But at the same time, Jazz, he's going to have a little bit of a harder time. The Phoebus is definitely going to have a little bit of a harder time given the fact that if the freeze lands upon him, there is going to be multiple stuns and it's going to be a chain CC. While there's a Fredwin with the taunt, there's a Barang with the push and pull as well, a little bit of a stun action with his walls. If that can be avoided, team Dakusena can actually survive in those team fights. But Blazing Olympus heavily on that team fight scenario.
Well, definitely, Blazing Olympus, just like you mentioned, do have a lot of anti-dive elements to the team. Considering they have Badang, they have Aurora, one of the major mages who can prevent those diamonds coming in from the Alpha, from the Phobius. But then again, once again, PG, among all of these picks which have been taken up, I think Sicilian might face a really hard time right there. He really needs to mind his positioning. But then here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn. This is the best of three and the first game. So, PG, who do you think will get the first blood?
Oh, first game. Here we are. I feel like it would be going down into the hands of Team Blazing Olympus. Look at them playing it quite aggressively. Matilda was just so close being the first blood here. Playing it slow, I believe if if they just get their snowball rolling in, but at the same time, DS are on the same boat. They have to get the snowball onto their hands as much as possible. If they don't, it's going to be a problem. Frederin's gonna deal so much damage. And let's not forget appraisal with the critical damage that it does. It's truly astonishing. If it lands right on the spot, they are going to be having a problem. As of now, mid lane pressure, it's already on, and they
Oh,
know. Okay, Haitatsu.
well, that was a good engage coming in right from Arbadan, rotating all the way. But we do see small skirmishes happening right there. Alpha killing that gold crab, crucial in the beginning since he does have a favorability when it comes to the retribution right there. Okay, Sicilian with those sanguine sauce getting rom-com in a tight situation right there in a really low HP, but will be able to be okay for now. And with that, the first turtle of the game already up. Both the mages looking for that level 4, and here we have the turtle dance.
Let's see. First turtle going in. Blazing Olympus looking quite good. Rar and the Frigid Glacier look good on Kayashi. He will be going down, but wait a minute. The fight won't stop. The Fovi is trying his best to give some damage, but it's an early game. Angela with the perfect support. Look at them. They're stopping Fovi so much. The guiding winds just comes in quite handy. Flicker already popped up, but wait a minute. Why did he go in?
That was an amazing team fight coming from the side of Blazing Olympus. I mean, just look at the amount of tankiness the early game they have, especially considering the Padang. Once again, he appraisals what coming in right there. They are in a pretty low HP, and of course, it will be Alpha getting the second death right there. Romcom, though, will be giving up the life right there. And the Circling Eagle trying to look for some engages right there, but then did not have the jungler, and they did not have the Phoebus. And of course, our Haitatsu will be scaling towards the late game, so definitely a good start for Blazing Olympus. They really need to make sure that they are not giving so much gold to Blazing Olympus, or the Harriet will be just wrecking them.
That's true. Blazing Olympus with a perfect snowball onto their hands. Will they be giving it out or not? I'm curious to know. But team Dakusena, they have to play it slow. They have to make sure that they get their Yamraj farmed up as well as the Irithel, because Funny Valentine, he can turn the tides around and he does have the potential along with Kayashi. But as of now, into the middle lane, a little bit of a skirmish. Rarin still waiting it out. Peekaboo waiting for a peekaboo moment. Will he be able to get it though?
Well, we do not know. Haitatsu might get caught up right there, but no. And right now, Blazing Olympus having a great time simply because Matilda, right before she gets that flask of Oasis, she doesn't have that heal and she doesn't have so much cooldown that she can support a lot. Heal isn't enough. Meanwhile, Angela, right from the start, can heal quite a lot. And considering that they have so much CC right there and Raren already so much tank, just look at him already level 7. Here comes the team fight once again. Phobia's trying to zone them hard away. Hitatsu behind the scenes, and Rahan finally grabbing onto Attribution, the turtle once again onto the team, and the appraise is what coming in, and Yashi will be taken down once again. Meanwhile, just look at the Harriet taking down Yamraj in a very precarious position. A double kill for him as Jazz will be second on the chopping block right there, trying to take down Hitatsu. Irital doesn't have enough scaling as she is a late game hero after all.
Oh my, here comes a little bit of a technical issue. Maybe both teams are waiting it out, a little bit of a pause moment for themselves. Let's see. And with that, we'll be having a little pause. But talking about the snowball, that is definitely a lot. Back again onto the caster's desk. Here we are. Oh my god, that early snowball coming in from the side of Team Blazing Olympus is really, really strong.
Well, definitely they should have been careful right there, considering that Matilda was in level 4 and Fredrin was already with the level gap right there. But Jinx, since we're here, I would really like to ask you: are you happy to see Fredrin on onto the game you're casting?
Yeah, I was hoping for a Fredden. I saw the Fredden, and I have to say, Fredden is doing just great, right? He's always there. He's catching them. He's giving that CC that's needed for Aurora to land those freezes, and I think it's working out for them. But we're back into the game. I think it's a minor technical issue, but it's solved now, guys. You can continue.
Yeah, let's go. The paws have been taken off now that Raven is already there into that jungle area. They're just like making sure that he would be giving no mercy, right? The bot lane, Funny Valentine already taken off. That's quite a lot to take in. I wasn't expecting such a good rotation coming in, given the fact that they are on a hero that scales like right from mid game to the late game, but they are doing it. They just want to not leave the snowball.
I mean, definitely they are on the roll right now. 7 kills for them. And just look at the 5k goal lead right there. Looking to gank in the top lane. Romcom and the Angela's hard guard coming in clutch right there. 2 versus 4. The rest of the team also coming in. Warren along with the Aurora. Here comes the stance, but of course Matilda with the circling eagle just moving away right there. But just look at that beautiful Project Glacier taking just one person down though. But then Alpha trying to do something right there. Jazz behind the scenes trying to zone away the squishies. But of course, who can survive with those stuns coming in from Romcom? But just look at the Funny Valentine all the way from the bot lane taking that kill. But then again, there are the trade-offs one by one. But look at that 2 men freeze right there, and both the teams might look for the disengage right now. And Blazing Olympus on the upper hand for this turtle region.
Oh my god, the way they are taking this game away is truly astonishing with that. This is an easy turtle. Come on, there's no contest for it. Haikatsu trying his best to give out information, while Yamraj also trying to see that if they're able to get it, but at the same time, Raven all alone. Angela with the ult. There's some stuns coming in. It's a stopping. There's heals. Look at that, Fredrin and the appraisal threats. This is what I was talking about. So much damage. Moves ahead to the next target. Kashi looking quite juicy, and he will be taken down. Double kill for this Fredrin.
I mean, just look at him, Peachy level 10. Level 10 on only 7 minutes into the game, and once again, Funny Valentine will be taken away. The Sangwell Claws trying to do something, but that's what I was saying. Look at the damage from the appraisals rod. Raren being the beast right there with the level, with the gold he has right now. He is unstoppable, and the side of Team DS doesn't have enough damage. They do not have enough gold, and the snowball is completely in the hands of Blazing Olympus right now. Might even see an early end to this game.
That's true, that's true. Raren needs the support coming in from the, okay. Spear of Alpha driving in. Raren getting stand out the appraisal.
Oh,
Oh my god, did you just see the damage? 4,000 critical damage coming in from Raren. That is crazy when you're on a Fredrin and on that. Brendan jumps in with a Zaman force. Jazz trying his best to give the Infernal Pursue coming in, but no. Thus gets a little bit of damage coming in from that Aurora. They're not stopping. Another appraisal but jumps in at the right moment, but no crit damage being transferred upon Team Dakusena. Look at them. This is just not stopping.
well, at this point, I would really like to see the itemization coming from both the sides because just look the amount of gold they have right now. Just look at the Matilda barely managing to grab onto the flask. Finally, Kobe is going in for the magic defense. But of course, the Harriet and the Angel are doing a lot of damage right there. But look at the team fight once again. The Appraiser Sword taking down Yamraj, and the Circling Eagle won't be enough to do anything. Right in the inside the Harriet, the heals are there, still surviving. Kobe is trying to do something, but it is 1 versus 5 as 5 members down. Raren, the freeze coming in, the CC coming in, the heals coming in, and with that, it's a complete wipe out from the side of Dakusena. What are they supposed to do at this point, PT? I think even playing safe isn't the option anymore.
Never an option. Now that Raren has been just going around in the turrets, making sure that he's just transferring like 4,000 damage. That is crazy in one instance. I really, it's just like, look at that. Look at that. Brendan going in. That was the Zaman Force, as well as, the Valentina. Not the Valentina, sorry. The Matilda helping them to survive. They do have that. And also, do you look at the, HP bar of the Raren? Look at that. Push and pull coming in from the Raren. The Angela Ult is there, but he will be shut down. Finally, we are seeing a good amount of, gold transferring into the hands of Team Dakusena. Look at that. They don't stop their Rom-Com getting attacked on. Thus comes in with a, Winter Crown, but to no avail. He will be shut down as well.
That was a throw, PG. That was a definite throw. I mean, Raren is doing an amazing job. He has that goal lead, but then again, giving a shutdown 9-0. Like, he's definitely the one with the most goal out there, but giving the shutdowns to the Irita, to the opponent, is not something you really want. At the same time, Romcom going in alone. You need to wait up for your Harriet, you need to wait up for your mage because they are the ones who are providing the space for them because Aurora's freezes are so well in the space and time to dish out the damage, but then going without them is a fatal mistake for them. And Blazing Olympus really need to make sure that they not throw the game if they really want to win it out because one mistake can lead to a very fatal ending.
That's true. That's true. The something is something about the Madakusena. They are still making sure that they have a successful defense. Now that they've been making sure that they won't be losing any inhibitors, which is the main concern. Because if you lose an inhibitor, that is going to be a problem. The Lord's going to be marching right in. The minion wave, the minion pressures is definitely going to be like off the charts. That's a lot to take in, and come on, the game has been going in so quickly that the level 2 lord has just become level 1 lord, and you don't want to mess with that. So yep, with that, team DS are actually trying to make sure that they are clearing it up as much as possible, but Blazing Olympus repeatedly poking them, inviting them for a team fight. They just don't want to stop.
Well, yes, definitely. And with that, I would like to see the equipment that how they have built it up because we definitely do want a lot of anti-heal coming in from both the sides. Considering there is an Angela as well as our Matilda, and she already has the flask. So I think Jagusena, the only option they have since just look at the gold lead. which is 8K for the side of Team Olympus. Well, maybe waiting for the side of Team Blazing Olympus to make some crucial mistakes can be a way to go. But the second lot of the game already onto the field, Warren trying to contend along with the Alpha. Alpha, I think you should, I think he should mind his position because if he's so much there in front, but look at the behind the scenes right there, the stun lock coming in from the Badang. Angela with the hot guard trying to save up Romcom right there, but one crucial ult used up. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we do see the Alpha charging in for Madara, but unfortunately, 3 versus 1, he will be taken down. Behind the scenes, Romcom doing an amazing job with the zone out. I mean, that is why I hate Badang Pechi.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Kashi, that attempt was really, really, really good, but unfortunately not your day. That was too much. The chain CC that Blazing Olympus has is something not to be taken as a joke. But look at the items as of now. Two Winter Crown coming in. That would be the Fredrin as well as the Barang. Oh, truly well laid it out because they are the ones frontlining and they are the ones who will be needing the most. So yep, that's looking quite good. Looking at the Irithel as well, farmed up. She does have the main items for herself. The flask looking quite full as well. But I want to see some more action of this Sicilian because his true potential is still not quite dead on coming in for this Phobius.
Well, definitely just look at Blazing Olympus charging in once again. The fist fight coming in. Moby is forced to use up that flicker right there, but then once again, people falling down left and right. Madara locking down onto that base, and with that, I think it will be a victory for the side of Team Blazing Olympus. Pretty easy early game for them. Only two lords, 12-minute game right there, VG.
That is true. That is true. What a game coming in and back again with us, Jinx. How was the Fredrin?
Which you can't go wrong with Fred, and you just
Yes.
can't, especially with Angela on top of him. Then you have the Badang. It's just impossible to lose that game. I think they played extremely well. But what do you guys think? Since you guys have saw the whole match, what do you guys, where do you think DS went wrong? Was it the misengages? Did they go too much late game because Seaton was barely dealing any damage?
Well, definitely. I think they did have two late gamers, the main damage dealers. Meanwhile, from the side of Team Blazing Olympus, just like you said, the Fredrin, the Badang, as well as the Angela, the trio comp right there, pretty strong in the early and trying to contend against them with the late game. I mean, of course, even Blazing Olympus knows that since the DS have a late game scaling, so we will not let the clock shift towards the late game. Just end it early. Did you look at how aggressive this trio especially was, and the utility coming in from that anti-dive mage right there, the Queen, the Aurora.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think instead of Sicilian, maybe if they'd gone Fasha, but I know Sicilian is sort of a standard pick for DS, right? But it's just they couldn't do anything in the early game, and then Blazing Olympics just snowballed the whole game, right? The Fredrin, and then they just let Harith free farm. And then it was just GG, especially during the last team fight there, Peachy. I mean, Alpha was all alone. Badang was doing such a great job at zoning. It was just impossible for them to win that fight.
That's true. I really love how Blazing Olympus covered every single lane. They made sure that the lanes would be moving towards the side of Team Dakusena, not leaving anything. There wasn't much of a lane sync, but the lane pressure was building up slowly by slowly. They had to let Irithel go once, they had to let the Alpha go once. So that really spoke volumes right there that how they should be proceeding.
Mm-hmm. I have to ask you guys though. I mean, I remember a time when people used to make fun of the Angela pick, right? Asuya, what do you
Yeah.
guys think? How good is Asuya right? I mean, sorry, how good is Angela right now?
Oh, well, it highly depends, Jinx. If just like we saw, if there is an alpha or maybe really tanky picks right there like Fredrin, so she covers up pretty well. Especially she can even be played, even in this game, if they would have gone in for a mid lane Angela along with a Hylos for the roam, even that could have worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a high-lows EXP would have worked great for DS, right? But I think they needed a bit more melt, right? Yeah, up against so much tankiness, so much heal. There's only so much that Sicilian can do now. We're already into the second game, you guys. I hope DS comes back because we want to see a game number 3. You both can take it away.
Let's go into the game number two. Blazing Olympus with one score onto their hands. Will they be taking this away with a clean sweep, just like the previous match? Now, I really feel like they have been playing it quite a lot of time. This probably like their 1.5 hour has already passed down. This might be, there comes a stopping point as well. So let's see if that pressure comes to Blazing Olympus or not. As of now, back into the bans, kind of a standard bans, just targeting those assassins and those nasty fighters who you don't want to deal with.
Well, definitely. And this time, Diaz really need to show some good comeback because if you did see in the last draft, PG, like I mentioned, they had two diamonds. The Phoebe is going way too far ahead. The Sicilian didn't have any protection, and of course, uh, like so much early um, domination coming from Blazing Olympus that the entire draft was pretty weak for the side of Team Dakusena. So they really need to make sure that this time they need to, see that if Blazing is going in for some early game, that they are able to pick up heroes which can do the front lining. There is something tanky which can protect the damage dealers and let them farm and counter out an early game draft. Or if it is a late game draft coming from the side of Blazing Olympus, they need to make sure that the draft is pretty balanced.
I do agree with you right there, Asuya. A balanced draft is much more needed. Last time it was Blazing Olympus who did that. They got the heals, they got the stuns, they got the chain CC, they got the damage as well, AOE damage. What is that they were not having? They had everything, so they really went in for very very good gameplay. Let's see if they're able to get it on with the same kind of a gameplay. But as of now, Blazing Olympus did make a respect ban. Not that they fear the Sicilian, but they don't want to give it out. They might want to stretch this game to the late game.
Well, let's see what they go for. This time, Blazing Olympus do have the first pick. But then again, PG, uh, like Blazing Olympus, the name of the team was new for me, but the players are really, really old. I've seen them rom-com being one of the best EXP laners right there, especially with the CC. So, yeah, they are pretty good players. And this time, once again, Blazing Olympus. Just look at them, Badang. This guy we picked up once again. Oh my god, he is a nightmare. So right now DS needs to make sure that the mage or the marksman which they pick do have something utility in their kit which can be safe from this Badang, or else they won't be able to position themselves in those team fights, or maybe pick up some tank or an EXP laner who can cut down, who can just zone away this Badang from the squishies from the backline.
I do. Let's see if they do get those kind of a gameplay in. But as of now, Pakshia and those Florine. What is this? Are they reading our minds? Like, come on, man. Florine, one of my favorite heroes, getting picked up. For first game it was the Sicilian for Asaya. And then there's Fredrin for Jinx. This game there's Florine. Damn, I'm definitely honored. Today I want to see how safe the Florine plays, and Haitatsu is actually known to play those support meta, so I believe for them it would be going in quite strong. But in the same way, Blazing Olympus should be getting ready for a Bakshia jungle. Bakshia, they cannot go in for some heals right now. If they go, it's an instant counter.
Ooh,
Oh, okay, very
okay.
nice. That's interesting.
Well, really, that's kind of new. That's a Hanzo, right? The 2D model of Hanzo. It's the first time looking at his face. He is Hanzo, right?
I know. Uh, you
So,
know.
yeah, and Granger, since he got that nerf, I think he's great if your team is able to give the farm which the gold needs, if you're able to farm the gold lane. But then again, he can be diffused pretty easily since Baksha will be pretty tanky, and of course, the heals coming in from Florin, he will be kind of a wall, just like Hylas. He. So I think Granger might face some issues right there, and especially considering just look at them. Irithel, one of the best counters against the Granger being picked up right there by Dakusena. So, but at the same time, Pichi, if our Hanzo is able to lock down onto the Irithel, especially even on the Florin, so that she's not able to get those equipments, those flask of voices within 3 to 6 minutes of the game, Blazing Olympus might have the upper hand, but it highly depends if they are able to shut down or maybe reduce that gold for our Florin.
Yep, that's right about it. But let's see if that kind of a gameplay could come in or not. Because one thing about Baksha is he's going to be the front lane. But okay, let's dive into the bans quickly because it's going in too fast. Kalia being banned off, the Xavier being picked off as well. Xavier being a kind of an unconventional. Maybe they just don't want to face Funny Valentine Xavier. So could be a very good pick though. Like when there's a Hanzo, if you play that Xavier and you do get your Dawning Light correctly, just targeted on the Hanzo, you may be able to get it. But late game, it is like 100% definitely. But that I think that ban is definitely for this Hanzo. Another mage being targeted on. That's a lot of mages. One, two, three, four. Okay, 4, 5. That, oh my god, that's like a whole team banning out only mages, looking so good. I love how they're just like banning out each other's hero, not like just a random and not something like from meta, but this is something they are known to play. But oh my god, the Daku Sena, that's the nasty pick. That's definitely too tanky. That's definitely too much to take. As a glue, the revamp glue especially, and it has become so easier.
Well, yes, definitely. And considering they already banned out the Vexana, maybe uh, a Faramis could be a viable option here. Also, because since there will be the Baksha always in the front line and the glue, so I think a Faramis could have provided a lot of opportunity, a lot of I think a good draft for blazing. But right now, considering that they did pick up on the Hanzo as well as the Granger, I really do not know that if this draft will work out for them. Like, just look at the amount of tankiness DS have. They have the anti heal, and I think in such a situation, maybe going in for a pick off Rome could happen better because you really want to lock down onto that Florence. She will definitely be a bone of contention. A Joe could have been a great option right here. So, okay, the last two picks, the Faramis being picked up, just like I said. And what do you think about the Gatot pick here, though, VC?
Gatot Kacha. Okay, they just wanted something tankier. They need something that could dive into the backlines, that could actually, push away the fluorine out of the team fights. Because once you do, the skills would be not, the heals would be not coming in as expected. Other than the alt with the alt as well, it would be around like the mid game to the late game where she picks up those fleeting time. Then only she will be having a easier time with the ultimates. But other than that, it is all dependent onto her skill number
Oh,
one. But here we are, Funny Valentine with one of the signature hero, Valentina. I really like all the picks though. Talking about Dakusena, they are on their comfort picks. They are on their signature picks. But Blazing Olympus, this is truly new. And but Blazing Olympus, their team really looks scattered as of now for me.
definitely, VC. You just took the words away from my mouth. That they have a very scattered kind of team composition. Meanwhile, if you look at Diaz, they have tankiness, they have anti heal, they have heals, they have late game with the riddle and the glue, and they even have the early game from that Valentina. And also considering that she will have AOTG, she will have the ultimate coming from, especially from Peekaboo, from the Faramis. That's something you really wouldn't want because it will completely negate the possibility of winning those team fights because like when you have picked up the Faramis, you have thought of that the team fight would be maybe going in bad for you and then you have a second life for yourself, but then again just buying so much time with that ultimate, but then just seeing a Valentina doing the same for the enemy, it's going to be really hard for the side of Team Blazing Olympus this time.
Oh, let's see if they're able to get it or not because Baksha Jungle is something of a little bit of an annoying pick to deal with. So let's see if they are able to or not. Romcom with an early flicker. Jazz really did his part on being onto the EXP lane and he just like made sure that he would be, just not letting Romcom go out of his lane.
BC, it is really hard to kill a glue, especially they need to rush those anti-heals considering there are so many heals for the side of Team Dakusina. Maybe picking up a Uranus against that glue could have worked out for them, but a Padang, I do not think so would be able to sustain quite a lot. And just like I said before, the side of Team Olympus do not have enough sustain, so they really need to be careful not to give a snowball to DS right there. I mean, just look at them already. Karamis being used up, a flicker right from the early Varun, already level 4 going in for Kiami, but of course it won't be enough in the early. The tankiness is too much. Varun looking for some engages right there, will be just forced to. Okay, why did he do that? And the first blood will be taken away just like that. And meanwhile, just look at Yamraj taking down the Faramis, 2 kills for the side of Team DS. This is not a good situation for them, especially because even the EXP is losing out right now.
Okay, that is definitely an interesting coming in. Look at them. They just made sure that they would be getting all their early snowball onto their hands. It's Team Dakusena with this Bakshia pick. Blazing Olympus is forced to play slow. They have to, wait for the items to come in, especially for this Faramis, especially for this Ranger as well. So let's see if they get it or not. But at the same time, if they let loose to the late game, will they be able to sustain? Will they be able to take so much damage that as of now that they are giving, because the heals are going to be coming off at like a bigger range?
I think that draft for Olympus is really a disaster. I do not think so that they will be able to sustain the early, and even the late games looks really hard for them because the original can reposition herself, Valentina can reposition herself. The only one you want to pick off is the Florin, but then they did not pick. Just like I said, they should have gone in for some pick off tank right there, but did not have anything. If Gato tries to dive in, he will be melted down in mere seconds. Considering there is the glue who can just spam up that ultimate right there.
That is true. That is true. Look at them trying to go in, or going to try get out of the situation. Raren, he has to go back to the ninja form. Faram is trying his best to pull, but we don't get it there quite yet. Mid lane pressure is quite high, but talking about the same, Hanzo is not able to do anything. Blazing Olympus, 3 minutes into the game, are not able to take the first blood onto their hands. That is truly, truly astonishing. While there's the Gatot Kacha onto the top lane, the support is quite well. I do believe Blazing Olympus are trying to take it slow. They just don't want to engage. They don't want to take any invitation from the side of Team DS, because if they lose any more farm, it is a red line that they would be crossing. You don't want that. You have to play it safe. Total coming up. Maybe a turtle being contested, but Funny Valentine being targeted on.
Okay, just look at Kyashi going in for those kills. I mean, just look at him already level 7, and meanwhile, there is the rest of the team already just level 5 and 6 right there. DS having an easy time onto the turtle. Raran coming in once again, the poking, the zoning coming in from Jazz going in for those kills. The turtle being released, and once again, will it be a hard time for Raran as he will be taken down by Amraj right there? The Nether Realms popping up once again, and all the way, the Golden is right there. The heals coming in, the Florence. Just look at them, how dominating, how aggressive DS is at this point because they know they have the upper hand. And Blazing Olympus actually cannot do anything. Just look at the way the blue is getting contended.
Oh my, the buffs are getting stolen. Just not even 5 minutes onto the game. That is truly, truly not a game for the side of Team Blazing Olympus. But let's see if they're able to recover or not. But as of now, Romcom is not able to get out of his lane. He's not able to farm up as well. He's looking quite low. That means he cannot go in face to face with Jazz. But the heals. I do believe, both of the teams, they need the heals. Last game it was the Angela, this game it was the Florine. They just helping them tremendously, but okay, Funny Valentine, trying to just farm up, trying to take as much as farm possible from their own jungle.
Well, definitely, but then even in all those skirmishes, 3 kills for the side of Team DS right now, but the Granger hasn't died even once. He's stealthily farming, trying to farm up. So if I really like to see the equipments that how both the teams are building, and I really believe that rushing those anti heals is the way to go. And yes, the Godot is going in for that then again, the rest of the team, especially the Faram, is also trying to build in that anti-heal for themselves. Meanwhile, just look at Baksha already with that blade armor. Like, I have seen this Kyashi even in the previous game, just okay, let's look at the AOTG dropping down onto him, but right there it will be one kill as Brendan will be taken down, controlled in a really low HP, besieged by three people, and will be next on the chopping block along with that turret. And with this is the snowball coming in. Just look at the Netherrealm being popped up so early right there, just forcing it away. Lauren with those heals helping around so much, and with that, our junglers, like just look at the Hanzo being denied everything, just looking for those split pushes right there. But I think the mid lane first year will not sustain anymore. But then okay, they actually managed to defend it. But the AOTG coming in from the Valentina, and Raren will be taken down right there. Oh my god, Raren having the worst time of his life. Once again, the third turtle of the game also in the hands of DS, looking for once again another engage PG.
Warren got punished. Like, he wasn't able to get out of the situation. He had nowhere to go front. There was a glue backwards. The AUG was dropping in. This is why they picked up the Valentina, the Gatotkacha ult. Truly a good pick. And plus the Faramis as well. Faramis ultimate really serves it a purpose of giving a little bit of an extra lifeline so that they can play around the re-engage as well. Funny Valentine all farmed up. He doesn't need anything. And counter to that, Raren 0-3-0. He needs to farm up. He needs to get their kills up. What 7 minutes into the games, Blazing Olympus with 0 kills. This is definitely going game 3.
I mean, definitely they're having a really hard time. I mean, just look at Baksha prioritizing that blade armor. Okay, look at the stun coming in, and with that, Jazz just taking down onto that Faramis. The Netherrealm has been used up. He is in quite low HP. Jazz trying to being pulled back right there. AOTG dropping down is 1 versus 3, but meanwhile, behind the scenes, Raren will be punished as Irithel will be taking that kill once again. A 1-for-1 trade. The blue being besieged right there. Damage coming in from the Granger, the stuns coming in, the terrified Kuasor in a very tight situation. Just look at Romcom trying to dish some damage right there, trying to provide some CC with those stuns, but then the damage isn't enough.
Onto the side of Team Dakusena, it is just the Gashi, the Bakshia who serves as the front laner. So the Bloom is actually helping them to sustain those team fights, even though there's no Lu in the team fight, even though there's no Bakshi in the team fight. Florian's ultimate serves as a extra protection. It's like a a confirmation that yeah, you may be safe, but okay, fearing those AOG once again. He moves back. Raren this time he is truly waiting it out. Oh wait a minute, will he be caught out though? He's just looking for it. Easy lord for the side of Team Dakusena. They're just like, no, we are not giving anything out.
And how is Blazing Olympus even supposed to contend right there? But Jazz in a really low HP will be taken down finally as Brendan gets that one kill. The AOTG from Valentina dropping down right there. The Netherrealm popping up once again. And with that, I think it is Kashi being popped up once again, being stunned right there. The heals from Thorin are enough. The anti-heals are working. The magic right there. Funny Valentine taking that kill onto the bottom, but then one last shot right there, and Peekaboo will also be taken down. Robin looking for that one kill onto Yamraj, but the damage isn't enough. The dashes are too much. The Madara was just marching down from the top lane, but since it is the first lord, it might be an easy defend right there. Then again, Peachy, even though Blazing Olympus is losing out so much on those team fights, the goal lead, if you see, it's always maintained around that 4 to 5,000 gap.
Not good. Not good. The gap is not something for the side of Team Blazing Olympus. I want to. Will they be able to recover from that? They do have a good composition. As I mentioned, it is a kind of a scatter composition. Look at that. They're able to delete the ninja form from Raren, while Romcom has to serve as the front laner. Look at them. Kashi trying to go in. The anti-heal is already set upon them. Just because of the Bakshia's ultimate. The Lord is in though. Madara is definitely in. They just like waiting it out. Inhibitors to be saved. There's a lot for the side of Team Blazing Olympus to take in. What will they do?
Well, I really do not know because I definitely believe the draft is very, kind of not good from the side of Team Blazing Olympus. Just look at the way the NetherRealm is just being forced on just to save himself. That's how Paramus is. Even though he's trying to prioritize playing it safe, but then again, the team is so scattered that he doesn't know when to use that ultimate, on whom to use that ultimate, just save himself because the flanks are being occupied by the glue, and that's why glue EXP is really, really irritating right there. But then even the Baksha is so tanky right now, along with that Florin. I mean, even her ultimate is so good, removing all that anti heals from there. Like they cannot actually do anything if you ask me, PG.
That's true, what's crazy about it that okay, AOG dropping in. Coming back to my point that what's more crazy is the Hanzo is not able to reach up to Florine. The Florine is sitting so comfortably onto the back lane. She's just like popping blooms on blooms. She's just waiting for a teammate to get low, and but on top of that they're not getting low. They're just playing it safe. So they know when to engage, they know when to come out of this engage, because re-engage can be a little bit costlier for them. But at the side of Team Blazing Olympus, it is not, because of the Nether Realm. But when I said that the team composition is quite scattered, is just because of the Faramis pick. If they had a high loss pick, or maybe try to push the high loss onto the mid lane, they could have actually gotten something out of it. But somewhere along the lines, the damage is lacking.
Well, definitely, Hylos could have been a good pick here, but I think the EXP Hylos could have worked out much more. But then once again, the Lord contention going in, and I think it's pretty easy for DS once again because the zoning provided by Jazz, by the glue, as well as the Baksha is way too enough. And at the same time, for the roam position, they should have gone in for some pickups right there. Like a choke could have been a great option right there because just look at the way they are, this entire DS, they are always huddled together. There is no gaps, that no way they can find accessibility to the marksman, to the mage, or even the florin. They do not have the flanks, so a pick up could have been great option here. Like you could have just taken at least one person away from the team fight to melt him down, but then and now that's not the option. And the second lord once again in the hands of DS. Okay, then stuns coming in right there from Romcom. Yamrajan is low HP, but of course Haitatsu's healed, just saving them up once again. Just look at the lane sinks though, PG.
Lane things looking quite good, and to the side of Team Dakusela, they are just targeting those inhibitors. They just want to make sure that Zumataras reaches safe towards their crystal while they're just saving it on. Oh, Faram's looking quite low though. The successful defense coming in, but they might lose Romcom in that process. Rauren already traded out. That's like sacrifice. No mercy shown. Netherrealm coming in quite early in, while Quasar is almost like 50% of its HP. Funny Valentine with the finishing touch comes in. The minions are in. The base is quite open, and Team Blazing Olympus takes away the second game.
What a game, and I definitely, if you ask me, it's 100% the draft. The draft wasn't well taken right there. I mean, Badang is a good pick, but DS countered that Badang just with that Florin as well as the Baksha pick. So, what do you think, Jinx?
Oh, what amazing game by DS, right? Guys, watching the first game, I thought, okay, Blazing Olympics has it easy. I mean, DS, the draft wasn't good the first game, but they completely turned it over this time around, especially that glue pick. I have to give kudos to Jazz. I mean, not many people know this, but I think against Hanzo, glue is one of the counters, right? Because it just goes directly onto the body as soon as that shadow is killed.
True. Hanzo got zoned out quite hard. There were
Mm-hmm.
every single possible counters, and one thing about Raren that he wasn't mindful of his body. Not once, not twice, more than once. So I feel like the Hanzo somewhere was a fourth pick.
Uh-huh, that's true. And one thing I've noticed about Aaron, he prefers that Hanzo pick against any tanky hyper, right? As soon as the enemy picks up a tanky hyper, he picks up the Hanzo. While Hanzo is really good at melting down those tanky heroes mid-late game, but against this sort of draft, it was bad, right? I feel like that team composition, they did not have any synergy, right, Asuya?
Well, yes, definitely. And if you do see in the previous game, the Sicilian didn't make much of a difference for the side of Team Rakusena. And yet, in this game, for some reason, Blazing Olympus, they decided to ban the Sicilian. Meanwhile, in the first game, they had banned out the Florin. They knew Florin is a threat, but they decided to just open her, give her away. Instead of the Sicilian could have gone for that Florin ban. And yes, just like I said, that glue pick in the EXP, why let Badang go for him? Let the Badang roam, pick up something, or maybe like a Uranus against that glue.
Yeah, that is true. I feel like this time around DS had like a early game, they had a mid game, they had a late game, and then they had all the healing in the world with the Florin. They had the tankiness with the Baksha, with the glue, right? And they did really good. Now they've taken us to game number three, you guys. This is what we wanted, right? Now, what do you guys expect from game number three?
Okay, game number three. I think they should go back to their tanky junglers. I don't understand why they did not match the energy while Team DS went in for the tank jungle and Team Blazing Olympus didn't. That is definitely a question mark for me. The thought process I still cannot fathom. I cannot like um, I cannot like think about why wasn't that case. So maybe into the next game we might get that answer. But at the same time, Blazing Olympus again onto the red side. That means Baksha will be banned.
Yeah, especially guys, I have to say that Granger pick, right, against the Baksha, against the glue. How do you think they could have gone for some other marksman, Asuya?
Well, definitely there were so many options. Could have gone in for the carry. They could have gone in for the Harriet, or I think a long range marksman which could be well protected could have worked out right here. The only thing they wanted was a pick off tank, and maybe I think Paramis was a great option here, but considering that they had tanky picks, but just like I said, they did not have enough front line. Badang isn't tanky enough. It was pretty scattered. Someone is diving in, someone is going separately. It was so chaos, if you ask me. The draft was a chaos.
Especially with a Guttot, you want someone who can follow him up, right? The Faramis, while he does provide his team with that sustain, with that ultimate of his, but the damage will definitely lack. I would have preferred maybe a Eve, right? Maybe a Fasha, maybe a long range damage dealer, just so they can get that backlane out of the game, especially against the Florian, right? You want that burst damage. You want to immediately take her out as soon as the team fight starts. But I feel like that's where Blazing Olympics is lacking now. We're back into game number three, you guys. DS versus Blazing Olympics. Now, DS with a comeback last game, 1-1. Both teams, well, good luck to both. I don't know. Who are you guys rooting for?
Oh, good question. Blazing Olympus. They really showed a very good gameplay onto the game number one. I do believe they can make it out. Just there's one hurdle in between.
Yeah, Asuya?
Well, both the teams are really, really good things because we did see how good the draft was from the side of Blazing in the first game, while in the second game, DS just completely countered out that draft. So I think once again, it just depends on the draft and supporting. I think both the teams, I support both the teams. I just want to see a good gameplay, Jinx.
Yeah, pretty diplomatic response here by Asia. So we're gonna wait and watch which team wins out in this best of three. You guys can take it away. I'm just gonna enjoy the match.
Thank you, Jinx. And with that, let's see you at the end of the match because this game, I am curious. Both the teams, what are they presenting to us in the table at the last game? Blazing Olympus have been playing it. This is going to be their fifth game. I do feel the pressure is just climbing up to them as of now.
I mean, definitely, this is the matchmaker. Wait, not matchmaker. This is the match which will decide who will be going up ahead in this tournament. And just like we mentioned before, this is a really crucial tournament since there will be a regional championship, and the top two teams will definitely just get a direct spot onto that championship. So both the teams really need to give their all for this last match. And once again, we're seeing the same bands. Just look at them. We see the Hayabusa is a band which Blazing Olympus just it's the first ban for them in every match.
Oh my. Okay. So far, so looking good onto both the sides. I really like the Lucas ban, Lucas not being open in every single game, but this time Blazing Olympus, will they be banning the Bakshi and the Flooring combo because that is much needed? But no, that's not the case. Ray's waifu getting banned, that would be the Zushin. Understandable why they want to ban the Zushin, because once you play a little bit of melee close range heroes, Zushin is truly problematic. So I do feel like they will be going for some kind of melee, short range heroes as of now.
Well, highly possible. But the question here is, PG, that is the Badang, will he be banned or will he be picked? Because we did see which, like, one team which picks the Badang and the other team just takes the counter. So right now, the Blazing Olympics, they have the second pick. So will they just not ban that Badang and force or maybe just trick DS into picking up that Badang for themselves? And just like in the previous game, DS did the same thing, gave away the Badang as the first pick, but then they had the Florin and the Basha. So in this game, the Blazing Olympus do the same, take away, give away that Badang and trade it with some great picks which can counter him out.
Let's see. Fredrin getting banned, the Florin getting banned. I'm liking the ban so far. Respect bans is definitely showing. It really speaks a lot when they make it part Dakusena. They know what is their winning condition. They know that they need this pick no matter what. I really like how they took the Florin on their side though, but this time Angela could be on the cards.
I think since Kalia is open, I think Kalia could be a great pick here. Considering that even in the last game, we did see how aggressive Baksha was. He was in the front lines, and if he does this same once again in this game, you can just slam it away, right? And since he will be the jungler, there's no way he will be with the Purify. So yeah, I think there's a great pick off option for Blazing Olympus right now, but they are deciding the first two picks for them are really, really crucial. But of course, okay, it will be CC. I think CC is a great EXP laner, can contend. But then Glue, once again, I think Glue is a problem for CC. What do you think?
Okay, see. They picked something that can melt the tanks. Not exactly, fast melters such as a alpha and the Xbox, but does builds up that damage does builds up over the time. So it's a very good pick. But picking up a CC without knowing what the EXP laner would be, maybe they just want to give out the barang. I do feel like the barang is still open and they want to give it out, like, you guys can take it.
Oh my god, PG, just look at that. Angel, once again, another, like, DS is like, you ban the Florian? We have the Angela. What can you do about it? And just like I said before, the heals from Angela, right? Because she is a dedicated support, she's pretty good with the early game heals, even without those flasks. And of course, Irithel, one of the best marksmen out there, can reposition herself. She can never go wrong. So right now, once again, DS's draft look to be really strong to me, but Blazing Olympus picking up that Sicilian. I don't think so. That could be actually worthy because Erythra is someone you want to mark down and she can reposition herself so well. It is very hard to catch her with those sanguine claws right now. And once again, I think they are not tanky enough, PG.
Oh my. That is true, given the fact that Bakshia, as a jungler, does serves as the front laner as well. He was very much active during the team fight as well. So, you know that he will be the one doing the same as into the game number two. Moving into the game number three, I do feel like they should match that energy. Or if not, they will be losing this point, and that's going to be quite a little bit of a trouble for them, because in every single group, two teams will be moving ahead for the Swiss state. So am excited. And also, the giveaways are on every single stream. There's going to be 3 members who will be picked out at the end of the tournament. That means you have to type in your server and your UID onto the chat. Do be active, and you may be the lucky winner. But as of now, Kalia banned. Why is the Kalia not being preferred? I mean, every single time it's the second a part of the ban that she's getting banned on. I'm not sure why both of the teams are not going in for it. Such a good pick. One of she's like a Gatot Kacha, but a mini Gatot Kacha, a female Gatot Kacha, but with a little bit of a heels.
Well, she is OP, and just like I said, she could have been a great option for Blazing Olympus, but instead they went in for Creamy. And just like we saw in the previous game, the Baksha really loves to make that lead armor as the priority. So Kimi will not be having a good time. If they're thinking that she will be able to melt that Baksha down, I think that will not be possible. Also considering that there is an Angela with those heals. So yeah, the drafts looks okay to me. I think DS is cooking right now, but meanwhile, Hylos finally picked up onto the scene.
True. Now that Asya, you were talking about the tanky picks, here we are looking at one of the tanky picks. Looks like we are getting a CC onto the EXP Rome high loss. They needed the slow. Blazing Olympus, they know the slows can slow them down, and it is going to be a problem. It is going to be a problem for the Sicilian. They banned up the weave for the same reason, and they took up the high loss. Was expecting it. The cutout cuts are still open, but no, high loss is the answer. They need something of a glorious pathway to slow them down, especially the Bakshia. So let's see if they get it or not. But at the same time, Blazing Olympus is playing for the late game. I'm not
They
liking
just
that.
Yep, definitely. But then, I was gonna say that since they have banned out the Padang and they have already picked up the Sicilian, so they have already shown to DS that um, they cannot pick something like Faramis, they cannot pick something like Vexana, which are two of the mages which are hard counter for the glue. And with this, like DS has the freedom to pick that glue onto the EXP, and just like I said, the way he can just spam those skills, he is really a threat even for the CC. So just look at them. DS has picked up that opportunity, picked up that glue once again. Right now, DS draft looks really strong, and it's really, I think, around Eritha centered, I guess. But meanwhile, Blazing Olympus do have the Kimi and the Sicilian. But the question is, will they be able to position themselves? Will they be able to be in those team fights?
That's true. Funny Valentine. Not Funny Valentine. That would be Yamraj on that mage. Yamraj on the Xavier, one of his signature heroes. He's known to play any kind of mage. It was a little bit of a sad scene to know that they weren't much active for the tournaments, but now that they are back, let's see what Team Dakusina have. And with that Blazing Olympus as well. Now, they are having quite a few members from the other teams that we have been knowing there. But let's see which of the teams take away a win. 1-for-1 score. Game number 3. Dakusina versus Blazing Olympus. We have entered the battlefield.
Well, yeah, both the junglers right now, like this Nolan is kind of new because I haven't seen him pick up a lot in those tournaments. But of course, he still stands as one of the fastest junglers in the early right there. I mean, just look at him already taking down those 3 creeps. Meanwhile, the team's just gathering around for some skirmishes for the contention for the lethal right there. And DS definitely on the upper hand because even Blazing Olympus knows that they have the late game, although Hylos as well as that CC and the jungler are there for the early, then it depends on the execution, BJ.
Oh, the slow game should be there because rather than on a Nolan. A Nolan against a Bakshia jungle. the odds are into the hands of Paksha, so you have to make sure that the early snowball should be rolling in for the Nolan. Look at him; he's just trying to get a first kill, first blood into the mid lanes, but the window of opportunity, it's not there. It's not there. But Romcom onto that CC, just avoiding a single skills, just making sure that he will be very low to not come ahead of the team. If he comes in blue especially and reaches up to the backline, that's going to be a problem. But okay, there's a immobilize coming in for this high loss. Robin has to go back. He gets immobilized again by Yamraj. I really love this guy. Look at him. On Xavier, he's playing it quite aggressively.
I mean, definitely, but the turtle contention going in once again, and it will be the Bakshak securing that along with a kill for Romcom. Okay, that was not a good trade for the side of Blazing Olympus. Just like I said before, they will not be having a great time, considering that they really need those characters which scale up. Also, adding the Xavier to the equation, he's such an annoying mage. But meanwhile, in the bot lane, we do see Kimi in a tight situation. The Angela might look for that the hard guard coming in. 2 versus 1. Okay, it's 2 versus 2. It is still surviving. The immobilized coming in from Yamraj, and it will be an Uno reverse as it will be the high loss which will be taken down. Kimi doesn't have enough damage. That rotation coming in from the Xavier was really a cherry on top.
Hmm. Have to say now with the snowball on rolling down into their hands, I'm really liking it. The early snowball which they needed, they have it. Raren that gets a taste of the dawning light, but he's so wise because of course he does come in handy though. That stun really helped him out, or he would have been a dead meat. As of now, Kimmy has to play it safe. Kimmy cannot make a play, but I feel like Kimmy should just try to get the farm up though. She's gonna get targeted on. You do see the bottom lane though. Bottom lanes is quite heavy with the Angela, the heals.
Well, definitely they are locking down the gold laner. Kimi not having the best time of her life. There are always around 3 people right there. They do not want to farm her up. But then again, PT, like I said before, I was expecting Kimi to be the mage. And then they pick up the Sicilian all of a sudden, giving DS the opportunity to pick up onto that glue. And right now, we have already seen that Jazz does an amazing job with that glue. Baksha on that Kashi does an amazing job, and yet Blazing Olympus not learning from the mistakes once again. I don't understand what they were trying in this draft because Sicilian is a great mage, but he will be getting zoned hard. I mean, just look at him, was already getting so hard zoned right there by the glue. He's not able to come up front. An easy turtle for DS once again, going in for that blue. Meanwhile, the same goes for the Nolan, looking for those exchanges, but then again, there's so much mobility onto that Baksha that they cannot just trade it off with the blue.
Looks like Blazing Olympus. This is a little bit of a deja vu moment. So this, let's see if they are getting it or not. But as of now, Genius Wand already picked up by Brendan. Does he's just like making sure that he has his boots on for a little bit of an extra protection. But Sicilian is farmed like a little bit of a behind. They need to catch up. They need to get the turtles in as soon as possible, but the pathway is already blocked. Even with their high loss, they are not able to get in. But the Takusena is quite easy for them. The key is the Baksha jungle. And I'm not sure why that they let the Baksha jungle be open onto the game number 3.
Baksha, as well as giving that opportunity for glue, is the biggest mistake they could do. I mean, Baksha is okay. Just pick up the Riddle to counter him around and just look at him between 3 people. He is so sure that he will survive because the hard guard will be coming in. The heals are coming in from those revitalizers, and the way the Xavier rotates, Yamraj's rotation is so good. Look at Irithel already around that 4,000 gold with 2 offer equipments already made up. She's doing such a good job, and Kimi doesn't have enough gold right now. Even if they thought that they could melt down the tank from Kimi, but just like I said, the blade armor always exists. exists along with the radiant armor, so she won't be able to do anything. So right now, once again, I think it's the draft issue for them. But look at the Sanguine Sauce connecting along with the Bat Priest. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Roran in a really tight situation. Yamraj will be sniping him down with the 1-2 combo. And with this, once again, the snowball is definitely in the hands of Team VS. Romcom trying to do something right there, but it's 1 versus 3. The Revitalize has been popped up. Brandon trying to dish out some damage all alone. They are falling like dominoes.
Oh, not looking good, not looking good. Once again, deja vu moment for the side of Team Blazing Olympus just because the glue as well as the Baksha is open. But at the same time, the recovery rate is quite slow. If they want to get their snowball rolling in, they need to go on to the late game. They need to protect their tier 3. They need to protect the tier 2s as well. Let's see if they're able to get it or not. But at the same time, Blazing Olympus members are playing it slow. I really like how Peekaboo as well as Brendan have zero KDA on their hands. They just positioning themselves very well. I love this formation. I really love this formation. They are playing it all together. While Team Dakusena are putting their eyes. They know where to target and which lane to pressure.
I mean, definitely, we have already seen how disciplined they are, and right now, since they do have the goal late, 22 goal K goal for themselves. I mean, just look at the Baksha just moving so easily between 4 people. He knows the hard guard will be there in a second. And Xavier is always there. Just look at his positioning; is so good. Meanwhile, Kashi taking a lot of damage right there, and there it comes the mobility. Like even if he's in the really low HP, he can just move away so well.
Oh, Angela, the Angela is helping them so much. But wait a minute, Romcom looking quite low. Pops the vengeance as well, but no, he will be going down. The Savior is hurting. The Irithel is hurting. Let's not forget the front laners are quite strong. Team Blazing Olympus, they need to recover from this. They need to farm up. They need to get the turtles, but the turtles are gone. This is only the Lord left. That too in just few seconds. Less than 15 seconds left. The Lord will be here. The stakes are getting high for the side of Team Blazing Olympus. Are they actually ready to let it go?
Well, just like the previous game, I don't know what can they even do in this situation. The jungler pick once again, like we should know that against a Baksha, a tanky jungler, Assassin doesn't work out. Hayabusa might work out because he has a lot of mobility, but then he can even mark others. But Ling won't work out. Even Nolan won't work out in the previous game. Of course, even Hanzo did not work out. And on top of that, Irithel is completely farmed up. And like instead of sending Kimi to the mage, send her to the gold lane and picking up the mage so early so that it's a free glue. Like why not learn from your previous draft? And once again, Blazing Olympus only have the Hylos in the front lane, but he can be easily melted down because how much can a single person just take in? Meanwhile, Romcom trying to do something, he is on the damage side, but then is he getting the accessibility to the Angela, to the Irithel, to the Xavier? Because they are completely farmed. They do not have the gold to even dish out a lot of damage at this point.
If it's possible, I really want to see the stacks on this Sicilian. But as of now, Rowden on the chase, he has to go back at the right moment. Madara also entering. The passive will not be blown out. I was hoping that the Madara was right on the spot, but no. Mid lane's gone. That means all the tier 3 turrets are out of the way. The damage is getting overwhelming for the side of Team Blazing Olympus to take in. Romcom once again. The glue onto him. Angela moving in onto Tayashi because he's the one taking so much turret damage. Look at him. He's able to do it. Brendan looking 50% of his HP. He just have to go back. Blazing Olympus, yet they are not looking at. This is what I was talking about. Just a minuscule of damage being transferred onto this Baksha.
I mean, at this point, the level difference is too much. Level 14 already. Goal difference is too much. And Roran, all he can do, like, he really needs to find some flanks maybe to take down the Xavier at least. if he cannot mark down the Irithel or the Angela, but he won't get that opportunity. The only thing he can do is mark down the Baksha, as we already saw, but that's not even an issue. I mean, just look at Baksha, like I said, already with that blade armor along with the radiant armor, even Brendan cannot melt down anyone at this point. There's so much gold in the hand of Irithel. So, what are they supposed to do as they're just getting forced as the clock goes late?
Oh, the clock is ticking. The timer is going upwards, not downwards. For Blazing Olympus, it's still down. We are officially onto the mid and almost possibly closing down to the late game as of now. The Sicilians still not formed up. They are not able to catch Xavier. They're not able to catch the Iritel as well. Funny Valentine with that mobility. I feel like they needed something to lock each one of the members, especially under those turrets.
Well, definitely. And right now, just look at DS. They're looking for maybe some freeze onto those lanes as the Lord approaches in 10 seconds. And I don't think so that Blazing Olympus is actually in any situation to contend for that Lord because Xavier doesn't have enough damage. It's around 12 minutes, so he must be having like 200 stacks by now. But then still, it's not enough because Baksha along with that Angela combo can soak up a lot of damage.
Oh my, the Angela is a problem, the Irithel is a problem, the Xavier is a problem. The glue is the problem. It's just problems and problems for the side of Team Blazing Olympus. I do feel like the mental strength has already drained out because once you play this much of a games, this is kind of evident on the finals games as well. When it goes to best of seven and the score is like 4-1 or 3-3, it does shows it. But I think that's kind of a same thing going on. But unfortunate though. Let's see if Blazing Olympus can able to recover because zero kills so far, 13 minutes into the game. That is truly, truly devastating. But at the same time, Madara moving into the ladder, turn that too onto the top lane. Let's see, let's see. This is the one game where we don't see Brawly kind of a team fight. Okay.
I mean, definitely, but just look at that. Kyashi taking up a lot of damage right there from the turret, manages to escape with the wheel. He is the Madara, has been taken down. The lane sync was pretty good, except the bot lane is stuck right there. But I think that Simon Claus might come in clutch as finally Kyashi will be taking down the shutdown for Romcom right there. Angela's ult wasn't there on time, so even though they lost one inhibitor, they did get that one kill for themselves. The goal lead, which was highly in favor of Team DS, slightly shifted for the side of Team Blazing Olympus. And since the Baksha is down, I think this might be the perfect opportunity for the Nolan to look for some flanks onto the mage, onto the marksman.
Oof. Successful defense. Blazing Olympus, one kill finally setting in. But farm difference though. I feel like at this point of the match, farm difference doesn't matters much. But Raren, no snowball on his hands. Just the minions coming in for the Brendan as of now. 60 seconds left. That means 1 whole minute for Blazing Olympus to get their recovery rate high up as the side of Team Dakusena, because if they don't, it's going to be a problem. But at the same time, they cannot let this match go 1-for-1 score. This is crazy.
I mean, it's 14 minutes into the game, PG, and it feels like the game is going for far too long because I think Blazing Olympus have finally decided to just defend for now because for them defense might be the best offense. Meanwhile, Diaz waiting for the next Lord, which might even be the final Lord as one inhibitor is already down and Blazing Olympus already facing those hefty minions from the top lane. A lot of pressure right there, and Kimi finally with the lantern, so she will be able to dish out a lot more damage onto Kyashi and even our glue. But then let's just wait it out right now. Raren taking a lot of damage right there. Sangman Claus connecting a lot of beautiful 3-men immobilized coming in from Yamraj. And even though the HPs are pretty low, both of them securing the blues. And this might be the last turtle as DS is free. There is not even a single contention from the side of Blazing Olympus. Nolan looking for some opportunity, but of course, DS won't give it out so freely.
Damn, what a game coming in. Blazing Olympus. They are in deep trouble. They are in deep waters. Their only source is just getting those minions. If they venture out in their own jungle area, they will be caught out. They will be slain. No mercy shown. And top of that, the damage, it is exponentially up for the side of Team Dakusena. They have been just, you know, scrambling around, taking every single
Oh,
look at us. Look at oh my god, Yamraj flicker out quite a just a little bit. But Raren unfortunately loses his life. That's like a 40-second left. But the Lord will barely takes 10 seconds to jump in. What will Team Blazing Olympus do? Look at them, the minions are coming in. There's quite a lot of pressure. Jazz takes up some damage. Sanguine Claws, so much damage coming in from the back feet as well. But Glue jumps in.
oh,
Jazz, the first one going down. Funny Valentine picking up a kill. The Bloods coming in. Quads are looking quite low. Yamraj, there's a kill. There's Angela on this Irithel. Irithel taking so much damage, but she dishes out so much damage as well. And it is Dakusena who wins the game.
well, what an aggressive and disciplined game coming from the side of Team Dakusena. They, it was a similar draft, just like the previous game, and yet Blazing Olympus just could not defend it. So, Jinx, what are your thoughts on this game?
Uh, I feel like Blazing Olympics did the same mistake they did in the second game, right? Like you guys mentioned, first the Kimmy goal lane, I really thought she was going to go mid lane, and they would have picked a marksman that can counter the rhythm, like maybe the Brody or maybe the Harad. But unfortunately, I think that was the first mess up. And then the second mistake was definitely the Nolan, right, guys? I think throughout the whole game, all he could do was split push.
One thing about Team Blazing Olympus is they did not match the energy with Dakusena. Game number 2, same halat. Game number 3, same thing. Repeated. It's just rinse and repeated. I'm not sure why Raren thought that Nolan could do the trick. He could reach the pack lines. With the high loss, yes, could be the thing, but it did not roll for them.
And I think another mistake was definitely there was no one to really catch the Irithel, right? And another thing though, Asya, do you think they were a bit tired out, right? They played 5 games back to back. They had a bit of a rest in between, but do you think they were just exhausted?
Well, definitely the thing for the mental exhaustion always comes in, Jinx. So, yes, they could have faced it. And yeah, I mean, the first draft was so brilliantly done from the side of Team Blazing Olympus. And even the third game, they had the second pick, so they could have picked up really good picks. But then once again, going in for a Kimmy so early into the game and picking up a Nolan, like you have left the last option for your jungler. At least pick something which can counter out the Baksha, which can contend against so much tankiness right there. And taking up a Sicilian and showing away your cards so early and not even banning out that Lou, even though in the previous game Jazz had done so much zoning away. Like they should have learned something from the previous stuff.
Yeah, I think they really played for the late game now. Anyway, DS did win. So 2 to DS and 1 to Blazing Olympics. Looks like DS, I mean, made them break their win streak, but they do still have more chances. It's the round robin, so they have more chances to get on top of the leaderboard and go on into the playoffs. Now, I have to thank Asu and Peachy for giving us such great casting, as well as DS and Blazing Olympics, right? A great game from both sides. Thank you all for sticking with us. It's already pretty late, so drink some water, have your dinner, and go to bed, guys. Thanks for staying with us, and see you tomorrow.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट